depends on the demand. We know that the demand for airline ticket prices is on the rise as well as more and more states start loosening restrictions.
The takeaway, book now because fuel is one of the largest expenses airlines have. Emily Valdez, KNX News, 97.1 FM.
Slow down, Los Angeles drivers, just as gas prices are going up. Speed limits are set to come down. We'll have that right after traffic in 2 minutes. 10:35 now to the freeways. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 5. Here's Tom Tran.
Got a new crash reported westbound side of the 10 San Bernardino Freeway, just before Puente Avenue. That's caused the backup through West Covina. The slowing starts at Vincent Avenue. It's going to be busy for about 3 exits. Once you get past Puente, it clears up and looks great heading into East LA. Westbound side of the 105 had a crash just past Western Avenue. That is clearing, but the backup still starts at the 110. You can still use Imperial Highway to go westbound to get around a lot of that slowing. Over on the 405, still busy through the Culver City area. The slowing starts now coming away from LAX from Century Boulevard. Stay busy up towards the 10. Shakes free after that. And we still have this accident on the northbound side of the 101. Freeway. As reported near Alvarado, I see the backup starting up downtown. Mission's going to stay slow until you pass Alvarado. After that, northbound, you're looking good heading into the Cahuenga Pass. The southbound side slows as it typically does, but there's also some Caltrans work happening near Silver Lake Boulevard. So, adding to the usually congested drive heading downtown. The backup starts at Santa Monica Boulevard, right down towards the 110. Your next reports, 10:45. More reports more often from the CarsonToyota.com 24-hour traffic center. KNX News 97.1 FM.
Sunny, windy today. We do have a wind advisory. Went up this morning. It'll be with us until 2 p.m. this afternoon. So as we always like to inform you, if you're driving a high-sided vehicle, which many people are these days, be careful. Take notice of that. Highs today, upper 60s along the coast, lower 70s for Tilden Valley areas. Mostly clear skies tonight with 40s and 50s, your overnight lows. And then tomorrow, your Tuesday sunshine, much the same as today, 60s and 70s are forecast highs. Some temperatures right now, we've got 64 degrees in Corona. Currently, it's 62 in Ontario, 59 degrees. The sun is out in Civic Center, downtown LA at 10:37. You'll soon have to slow down on many LA area streets. Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti signing a bill this morning that will drop the speed limit by 5 miles per hour on 177 miles of LA roadway. The change is meant to prevent deadly crashes. The new speed limits take effect next month. Southern California could be facing its first strike by thousands of grocery store workers in almost 20 years. After a contract with several supermarket chains expired at midnight, the affected markets include Ralph's, Gelson's, Vaughn's, Pavilions, and Albertsons. Workers held protests and rallies all weekend to press their demand for a better contract. And negotiators posted a video last night vowing to keep up the pressure.
Still fighting, we're still here, we're hanging in there till midnight or after. We'll get this right. We'll be here all night until we get a contract.
The workers say they're still underpaid, even though some market chains doubled their profits during the pandemic. They're also demanding more staffing and safer working conditions. The markets say they've made fair offers. Ralph said in a statement the company made several wage proposals, but the union continues to propose very costly items which would impact customers' needs. It's 10:38. An analysis of city records shows a current LA council member and candidate for mayor spent tens of thousands of dollars on family trips.
The money came from Joe Buscaino's office holder account. The analysis was done by the LA Times and shows that he spent nearly $65,000 on trips with his family since 2013 to Italy, Hawaii, and other locations. The money comes from donors and non-taxpayers and cannot be used for campaign purposes. Buscaino is defending the travel spending, saying it allows him to be with his family when he has to take trips for his job. The spending is allowed under current LA City ethics rules. Rob Archer, KNX News 97.1 FM.
LA City Attorney and mayoral candidate Mike Jordan is being accused of perjury, but he strongly denies that allegation. The man who's pleaded guilty in an extortion scheme stemming from a bribery billing scandal at DFWP, is saying that Fior knew that a lawyer in his own office was also involved and lied when he told investigators he didn't during a sworn deposition. But the spokesman for Fior tells the LA Times that claim is absurd and says the city attorney had no knowledge of the lawyer's alleged illegal activities. It's 10:39 on KNX. The recent jobs report shows strong growth in the labor market, stronger than expected, but it wasn't without its issues.
With more than 678,000 jobs added in February, the economy remains good. And in light of what's happening around the world, especially in Ukraine, the future of the economy remains up in the air. While more Americans are going back to work, wage gains did not rebound in the last month overall.
The wage gains are down for many jobs, and the breakout of how many of these 678,000 jobs are lower wage jobs. It is very positive in terms of job growth. There's no question.
Michael Burnick is the former head of the state's Employment Development Department and an expert on economic trends. He tells KNX there were some wage increases, and when it comes to getting back to pre-pandemic levels,
We're still below the number of jobs, but we're catching up quickly, and we're still below the number of workers.
the rarity was that before the pandemic, we had low inflation and low unemployment. Now we do have high inflation. Bob Brill, KNX News, 97.1 FM.
FM dial, your home for your favorite music, from pop to country, rock to rap. Now FM radio is also your home for breaking local news and around-the-clock traffic updates to get you to and from work or wherever you're going safe and on time. KNX News now 97.1 FM. Yes, we're still in a historic home, 1070 on the AM dial, but we're asking you to give our FM signal, our new FM signal, a try. It's crystal clear. Set a new button for local news today. Remember, we're now KNX News 97.1 FM. Tom's standing by in the traffic center. Let's see. We'll take another look at that crash affecting the drive right now on the busy northbound 101. This is leaving downtown Los Angeles. Again, this is a crash. Northbound 101 leaving downtown LA. Also, a new milestone when it comes to the death curve from COVID-19. There's much more on that as well. Stay with us. The news continues in less than 4 minutes. It is 10:41. This is a metaphor for business journey. Sometimes it feels like something changing right before your eyes. And in order to maneuver it, you need an expert by your side. That's what Dell Technologies Advisors do. They have the Windows PC and tech solutions you need to help you get out in front and stay ahead of the game. Call an advisor today at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. A start to a simpler experience with Windows 11 Pro.
Today on Hey Culligan, soft water, cleaner environment. What do you say, Greg? Hey Culligan, are you saying if I have a Culligan high-efficiency water softener, I'm also helping the environment? It sounds like you're saying it, Greg, and yes you are, because with the Culligan high-efficiency water softener, you'll use less detergent, soap, and harsh chemicals, and that's good for the planet. Now you're saying it. You bet I am, Greg. Soft water and a cleaner environment is already on the way. Let us help you out with free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Mike Simpson here again. Let's fix that smile. Cunning Dental, their latest technology changing the way people deal with missing teeth. They've got the on-site lab. They've pioneered this life-changing prosthetics. New permanent teeth, completely lifelike, natural feel, natural bites of real teeth. This is what she wants. The other products out there, heavy, clanky, these don't feel right. And you want them to feel right every day. So learn some more at their free outdoor seminar Saturday the 19th. They'll do this in Montclair. Meet actual patients, learn all about the procedure. Limited seating. You got to call to reserve yours before they fill up. Cunning Dental, rebuilding smiles for over 53 years, and right now, biggest promotion ever, $2,000 off your teeth in one-day procedure. Restrictions apply. Expires April 30th. Go and see him Saturday the 19th. 855-2-CUNNING. 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 Cunning Dental, making smiles great since 1968.
Cutting Dental, simply the best. Cutting Dental, simply the best.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, get ready to pay up. The IRS has an army of tax collectors to track you down. They are relentless. Don't wait until it's too late. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima works to stop the aggressive collection actions and fights to get you the best deal possible. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Call Optima now for your free consultation. Call 800-966-3144. 800-966-3144. Optima Tax Relief.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Stop by Church's for the hot-flying flavor combination of our Texas tenders and shrimp meal today. It's butterfly shrimp alongside made from scratch Texas tenders, served spicy or original for $6. Church's, welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations. Get your biggest refund guaranteed. Jackson Hewitt Tax Pros will help find thousands worth of new tax credits, so you get every dollar you deserve. Learn more at jacksonhewitt.com.
KNX News is now on 97.1 FM.
KNX traffic is on 97.1 FM.
Southern California's only 24-hour local news and traffic station is
KNX News, 97.1 FM.
Depend on us.
Good morning, I'm Chris Seaton. Coming up on KNX News 97.1 FM, the world passing a grim milestone in the 2-year-old battle with the COVID pandemic. The grocery store workers, some of the biggest supermarkets in Southern California, forced to walk out on strike. These stories for more in the next 15 minutes. Right now it is 10:45. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 5s. This update sponsored by Caliber Garage Doors. Here again, Tom Tran.
Northbound side of the 101. Got this crash near downtown LA just before Alvarado. Still has traffic backed up pretty solidly from the 10 to stay busy until you get past Alvarado. After that, you're clear. Heading through Hollywood, southbound side of the 101, busy from Melrose. It's going to stay slow down towards the 4 level. Northbound side of the 110 had an earlier crash right around Olympic. That's gone. Traffic is still busy on and off, though, starting back near Century Boulevard. Clear finally once you get up past Dodger Stadium. Westbound side of the 10, westbound side of the 105. We had an earlier crash over near Crenshaw Boulevard. That's clearing, but traffic's still backed up from the 110. You can use the KNXStuff.co route you can trust. That's going to be Imperial Highway. Going west, get back onto the 105 at Crenshaw Boulevard. You will clear the slowing. Over on the San Bernardino portion of the 10 through West Covina, we have this crash at Puente Avenue. The backup still lingering from about Azusa Avenue. It's going to stay slow until you get past Puente. Main Caliber Garage Doors, your number one choice for new garage doors right now. $200 off as low as $699 installed. Including free boxes from Holloway. Caliber Garage Doors beat any advertised price. Hundreds of views from CaliberGarageDoors.com. It's CaliberGarageDoors.com. Your next report, 10:55. More reports more often from the CarsonToyota.com 24-hour traffic center. KNX News 97.1 FM.
Once we head toward the afternoon, it will be a little warmer and more sunshine compared to the weekend. We do have these offshore winds that start to pick up. That's going to dry out our atmosphere, pushing away any of the leftover moisture that we had from the last couple of days. We'll have upper 60s for the beaches today, going to the 70s tomorrow. Upper 60s for LA and Orange County Metro with 70s tomorrow as well. 70s for the valley, jumping into the mid-70s by Tuesday. Mid-60s for the Inland Empire, going to the upper 60s tomorrow. Low 60s for the high desert today, with upper 70s expected by the middle of the week. And then for the mountains, mid-30s today, pushing closer to 50s once we head into Wednesday. With Southern California's most accurate, dependable forecast on CBS 2 meteorologist Amber Lee for KNX News 97.1 FM.
Check of our American Vision Windows temps. Hawthorne right now 60 degrees. We've got 59 degrees in Burbank, 59 as well. Civic Center downtown LA at 10:47. The death toll from COVID-19 has now surpassed 6 million. That total confirmed today by Johns Hopkins University, but others say many fatalities have gone unreported. The actual number is probably higher. Dr. William Schaffner is an infectious disease specialist at Vanderbilt Medical Center. He says we're not out of the danger zone. Not yet.
It's too early, even here in the United States, to raise the mission accomplished banner, because although cases are reducing, they are still at a relatively high level, and we still have a very substantial portion of the population that remains unvaccinated.
More than 1 million cases of COVID-19 have been recorded in the last month. The Disney song Let It Go is known and loved around the world. Now, a moving new performance is becoming a symbol of the resilience of the Ukrainian people as they suffer through the Russian invasion of their homeland. CBS News correspondent Tina Cross explains.
It took just seconds for silence to fall on this bomb shelter in Kyiv. A little Ukrainian girl named Amelia gave her rendition of a song that translates into any language. Her performance brought some people to tears and grabbed the attention of Idina Menzel, who sang Let It Go in Disney's movie Frozen. She retweeted Amelia's version, saying, "We see you."
The video of Amelia singing Let It Go has now gone viral. It's already racked up more than 8 million views online. People here in Southern California are doing what they can to help bring in refugees. Many are taking to the streets in protest, while others are collecting food, medicine, and donations. This man left LA over the weekend, headed to Ukraine. He tells CBS 2 he's taking all the relief supplies he can carry with him.
Every city would get to at least normal situation it was before the war. And of course, if it will get better, then that will be the best.
Hundreds of people gathered at the Ukrainian Cultural Center in East Hollywood, where they packaged up 5,000 first aid kits. They also collected more than $20,000 in donations. We now know who won the bidding for the most expensive home in Los Angeles. The Bel Air mega mansion with 21 bedrooms and 49 bathrooms now belongs to Richard Seguin, mogul who owns the Fashion Nova chain of clothing stores. He paid $141 million for the property. LA Times says the 105,000 square foot home could be used as a marketing tool for his company. 10:50 now on KNX. Time for Check If Your Money. Here is Tracy Jonke.
AAA says gas prices are close to their 2008 record, with the national average for regular unleaded now at $4.07 a gallon, and a nickel away from a new all-time high. Worse off a record, 69% of Americans surveyed by Fannie Mae believe rents will increase over the next 12 months by more than 7% on average. And the Zumpers National Index of the top 100 U.S. rental markets says the median rent for a one-bedroom apartment hit an all-time high in February. If people have to pay more to fuel up and for a place to live, investors think they know what will happen to our spending on items and services that are in the nice-to-have category. Apple, Amazon, and hotels, restaurants, and other travel and leisure companies are among the stocks having a rough time. It's the same for shares of toy and clothing makers. As the Dow falls 2%, the NASDAQ drops 2.5%. We check your money at 20 and 50 after every hour. I'm Bloomberg's Tracy Jonke, KNX News 97.1 FM.
It will be a show that's a lot different than those of the past. We're talking the Academy of Country Music Awards, set to be handed out tonight in Vegas. We'll have a preview. Stay with us. The news continues in 2 minutes. It's 10:51.
LA traffic is terrible. We know that. But did you know that the region's largest traffic team on the ground and in the air is now on 97.1 FM? KNX has moved to 97.1 FM to give you a clearer picture of the traffic that you're not living in. And you can be a part of the team. Become a KNX traffic tipster. Call us anytime on the KNX traffic tip line. 323-467-1070. The KNX traffic tip line is brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change.
Restore Bald Spots reverse your receding hairline at volume and thinning hair with Advanced Hair's triple one-day treatment. Spikes of severe, your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is even backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. With Advanced Hair, your comfort and your results are their top priority. It's a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. 844-333-HAIR. 844-333-HAIR and AdvancedHair.com.
As the experts in transmissions for over 50 years, there's nothing at AMCO we haven't heard.
When I hit the gas,
Yes, well, and nothing we can't fix.
What's that?
From transmissions to brakes and everything in between. No credit? Finance your repair at AMCO. Exclusions apply, may not be combined with any other offers. Limited time offer at participating centers only. People who know go to AMCO. AA MCO.
If you got a 401k or IRA, I've got some bad news for you. Hi, this is Danya Davis, best-selling author from right here in the greater Los Angeles area. And I want to give you a free copy of my new book, Crash Proof Wealth. The IRS wants you to think these qualified plans are the best way to save for retirement. They give you a tax break when you contribute. Sounds good, right? Wrong. A qualified plan can be a tax disaster when you retire. With over $26 trillion in debt, these taxes are going up. Imagine paying a top tax rate of 90% like the 1960s. There's a better way. It's an alternative the wealthy use that often beats the IRA and 401k. It's been around for years. Your money grows tax deferred, and when done right, has no taxes in retirement and no income tax when you die. Plus, you grow your money potential double digits with no risk of losing money from market crashes. When the market tanks again, you lose nothing. Call now 1-800-683-1212 to get a free copy of my book and talk to a specialist to protect yourself from crashes and taxes. No credit card required. Call 1-800-683-1212. That's 1-800-683-1212. Again, 1-800-683-1212.
This is Jacob Emrani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
The crash to tell you about this is on the northbound 5 freeway near Oxford. Again, northbound 5 near Oxford. Crash there with Tom standing by the traffic center. Going to get to him in just about a minute. It's 10:54. The Academy of Country Music set to hand out its annual awards tonight in Las Vegas. But this year's award show will be a lot different than those of the past.
The ACM Awards will be one of the first major award shows that will be carried exclusively by streaming. The ACMs will air on Amazon Prime Video as a commercial-free 2-hour show. Rather than give out an award, then show a performance, then another award, the ceremony will group the awards in segments. One part of the show will be 35 minutes of performances straight through. Lead nominee Chris Young says it's the modern way.
You think about it, you're like, that's so different. But everybody streams everything, and everybody gets so used to streaming everything over the past couple of years. I don't think it's going to be strange at all.
I'm Margie Zaroletta.
Third round of direct negotiations between Russia and Ukraine have now ended, but hopes are still there for a breakthrough. Those hopes considerably low, however. Much more of our in-depth view coverage coming up top of the hour at 11. Right now it is 10:55. Sponsored by DuckDuckGo. Traffic and weather to get to every 10 minutes on the 5. Here again, Tom Tran.
Service problem on the westbound side of the 105. And there's up on an hour now as a crash just past Western Avenue. Now we have a second accident behind it in the background, right before Western Avenue. So it's still slow from before the 110. Imperial Highway is still your best option to get around the delay. So you can take Imperial over towards Crenshaw Boulevard, get back onto the 105 from there if you're trying to get over towards LAX. Southbound side of the 710, we had a crash down near Imperial Highway. The slowing still starts over near Slauson Avenue. It's going to stay busy until you get past Imperial. Westbound side of the 10, San Bernardino Freeway. Accident over near Puente still has traffic backed up from about Vincent Avenue. That's an improvement, but not by much. It's going to be solid until you get past Puente. Over on the 5 going northbound, had a crash being reported over near Roxford. It looks like it's starting to clear up. I see traffic starting to get better on that North 5 heading up towards the Newhall Pass. What is it that makes you uniquely you? Well, DuckDuckGo doesn't think it's any of their business, and frankly, it shouldn't be the business of any tech company. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. Your next reports, 11:05. More reports more often from the CarsonToyota.com 24-hour traffic center. KNX News 97.1 FM.
Sunny, windy today. We're looking at highs upper 60s along the coast, lower 70s for Los Angeles and Orange County metro areas, lower 70s in the valleys as well. Mostly clear skies tonight with overnight lows in the 40s and the 50s. And then tomorrow, much the same as today, sunshine, 60s and 70s. We do have a wind advisory. It went into effect this morning. It'll be with us until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Temperatures right now, Los Alamitos, currently 64 degrees, Santa Ana 69, 59 downtown LA. Gas prices continuing their seemingly unending climb. And it might be a good time, I should say, to stop using that ultra-expensive high-octane gasoline. We'll explain in 3 minutes.
I'm Tim Smith from Bob Smith BMW, where we're proud to offer you an extensive inventory of new and certified pre-owned BMWs. Treat yourself to the luxury and sporty feel of a new BMW with a lease that fits your budget. Or purchase a certified pre-owned BMW that offers outstanding value for your dollar. You can do all this by visiting Bob Smith BMW just off the 101 in Calabasas. See why our state-of-the-art showroom is called the Ultimate Buying Experience. We're also online at bobsmithbmw.com.
Have you been denied a home loan or refinance because you're self-employed, earn 1099 income, or even a real estate investor? You're missing out. Most lenders make approval seem impossible, especially if you're self-employed. Stop watching everyone take advantage of the lowest mortgage rates in history while you're stuck on the sidelines. Accelerate Capital, the premier lender designed for the self-employed. Our approval process is based on common sense, using bank statements, 1099 income, profit loss statements, rental income, or even stated income to qualify at the lowest rates available. Fast. Conventional lenders can't do this. When others say no, we say yes. Call 800-343-7994. 800-343-7994. Or visit acceleratecapital.com.
EXCELE. AccelerateCapital.com.
Equal housing lender. Call for details. NMLS ID number 1165716. Not all will qualify. California DFBI license number 41DBO45150. Additional restrictions may apply. Loans made or arranged pursuant to the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act.
Attention LA and surrounding counties homeowners. We Buy LA is looking to buy an additional 5 houses in the next few weeks. We can pay cash and close in as little as 5 days. We buy houses in any condition and any location throughout LA and surrounding counties. Call today, 323-238-9000, or go to our website at WeBuyLA.com. Fill out your information and we'll reach out to you. We buy houses, condos, land, and apartment buildings. Call us today to get an offer. 323-238-9000. That's 323-238-9000. Or go online to WeBuyLA.com. The process takes just 7 minutes to get a completely free, no-obligation cash offer for your property. Call us now, 323-238-9000. 323-238-9000. That's 323-238-9000. Once again, that's 323-238-9000.
Southern California's only 24-hour local news and traffic station, now on 97.1 FM.
Live from the DuckDuckGo studios.
KNX AM FM and HD, KRT HD2, Los Angeles.
KNX News, 97.1 FM.
Depend on us.
Coming up, our top local story, Southern California could be in store for its first grocery workers strike in over 20 years. Gas prices just keep moving higher and higher. And Russia reportedly committed all 100% of its invasion military forces to fight the Ukraine. This is KNX News, 97.1 FM. It's 11 o'clock.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Matt Piper in New York. That is one of Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky's advisors who took to Twitter to say a third round of negotiations with Russia has ended and yielded small positive developments. He says it includes getting people out of corridors safely, though that has not been happening after it was agreed upon previously. Our Steve Futterman is in neighboring Poland.
It's hoped that whatever progress was made can finally allow residents in Ukraine to safely leave. 3 attempts have been made now. All have failed. Twice the problem had to do with Russian troops continuing their attacks. Today, the problem had to do with where the Russians want the Ukraine refugees to go, not toward places like here in Poland or Moldova or Romania, but rather toward Russia and its staunch ally Belarus. Ukraine officials called that immoral and flatly rejected the offer. Steve Futterman, CBS News at the Poland-Ukraine border.
A U.S. defense official gives an assessment of the war, and our Cammie McCormick has it.
This senior defense official says Russian President Putin has now committed nearly 100% of his amassed combat power inside Ukraine. He also says the U.S. can corroborate reports that the Russians are trying to recruit Syrians to fight in Ukraine. They are on a recruiting mission, which this official says is noteworthy, that Putin needs foreign fighters to conduct the war. In the meantime, the U.S. is deploying another 500 American troops to locations in Europe, putting the American troop strength there at 100,000.
It's a big day in New York City where now proof of vaccination or even having to wear a mask is no longer needed in most public venues. And wearing a mask in city schools is now optional.
I think this is the perfect transition time to have the option of wearing a mask or not wearing a mask.
I told them keep it on because you never know. So you don't know who has it, who doesn't have it, and just to be on the safe side.
Cleanup is underway after a weekend of deadly storms with more nasty weather on the way.
There's a threat of severe weather today, including tornadoes from Mississippi and Alabama north and east to New Jersey. After a weekend of deadly storms, this woman lives in Madison County, Iowa, southwest of Des Moines, where a tornado left 7 dead, including several children.
I've never been so scared in my life. It is scary stuff. Scary stuff.
There was also storm damage in Arkansas, Missouri, and Mississippi. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Looking to fill up?
I think it's ridiculous.
Elaine Hurst is fed up in Wisconsin, and she's probably not alone, as AAA Today says the national average for regular gas is now $4.06 a gallon. With that, the Dow is down 622. This is CBS News.
Get CBS News Radio on the Odyssey app. All the audio that matters to you is on Odyssey. News, music, sports, and podcasts. Download the Odyssey app today.
This is KNX News 97.1 FM, Southern California's only 24-hour local news and traffic station. Good morning. I'm Chris Sedens. Let's get right to our top local story now at 11:03. Police hunting for 2 home invasion robbers after a break-in at a home in Studio City. Let's go live to the scene. Here's Pete Demetrio.
Yes, a very interesting situation here on Babcock Street, very nice place in Studio City. What happened was a woman apparently left her home and then went up to a doctor's appointment. 2 men followed her apparently, or spotted her Tesla in the parking lot, broke into it, got an address on an Amazon package, picked it up, and then went back to the house to try to break in, tried to deliver it. Unfortunately, her husband and the dog were inside, and the thieves went inside and confronted the man. He was apparently injured, but the thieves got away with nothing. The indication is it was probably a BMW that they used as an escape vehicle. One of the neighbors, Jessica here, said she was rather startled about the account of how it happened. Well, you got to be kidding.
It's terrifying. Just to hear that they found something in this person's car and then used that to find their home address to be able to break in. I mean, I don't know the details on if they were home. It's just...
Yes, it is very interesting to say the least, unique, and also from the idea of broad daylight this is happening. Detectives are here questioning neighbors and seeing if anyone had any cameras which caught images of either the suspected thieves or the car they used to get away. Reporting live in Studio City, I'm Pete Demetrio, KNX News 97.1 FM.
Workers could soon be holding picket signs outside your local supermarket.
The United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 770, remains at odds with Ralph's, Food for Less, Albertsons, Vaughn's, Staters, and Gelson's. The labor deal they're trying to renegotiate did expire at midnight, so workers currently on the job without a contract. And the union says the companies have not proposed to deal with more pay and benefits at what they say is a time of, the union's words, immense profit for the grocery companies. Union membership could vote later this week to authorize a strike to ramp up pressure on grocery store ownership. Craig Figge, KNX News, 97.1 FM.
Depending on where you are, you may have seen this already. Could $6 a gallon gasoline be coming in our not-so-distant future? Again, in some areas, yes, already. It's 11:05 to the freeways now. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the fives. Here is Tom Tran.
Southbound side of the 57 looking awful busy trying to get through the Diamond Bar area. Got a problem being reported just past Grand. The South 57 is going to slow at Temple. The West 60 backs up at the 71, and they kind of meet in the middle over near that split near the 60 and the 57. They shake free after that, and the South 57 looks fine. Heading down in Orange County, the West 60 clears up once you get past the 57, and then that looks also fine heading out towards East LA. Westbound side of the 10 San Bernardino Freeway had a crash near Puente. That is starting to clear. It's a little backed up from about Pacific Avenue over towards Puente. After that, looks good heading into East LA. Over on the 5 southbound Santa Ana Freeway, we've got a crash just past Washington Boulevard. That is what is causing the backup out of East LA. The slowing starts over near Indiana Street. It will stay busy until you get past Garfield. After that, it's a pretty good ride all the way down into Orange County. Your next report, 11:15. More reports, more on from the CarsonToyota.com 24-hour traffic center. KNX News 97.1 FM.
Check out our Southern California weather forecast. Sunshine today, windy. We do have a wind advisory up. I went up this morning. It'll be with us until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Temperature-wise, upper 60s along the coast. Forecast highs, lower 70s for LA and Orange County metro areas, lower 70s in the valleys as well. Mostly clear tonight, 40s and 50s your lows, and then tomorrow much the same as today, sunshine, 60s and 70s again. Some temperatures right now, let's see, we've got 62 degrees in Chatsworth. It is 63 in Northridge, 59 sunny downtown LA at 11:07. If you missed the chance to fill up your gas tank on Friday, it is costing you more now. Prices jumped in LA over the weekend. Experts say they're almost certain to just keep on climbing higher.
The price for a gallon of regular gas went up about 10 cents on Saturday, 13 cents on Sunday, and another nickel overnight. It's now averaging $5.42 per gallon in Los Angeles County. We're setting record highs almost every day. Oil industry consultant Andrew Lipow.
Crude oil prices are up over $20 a barrel since February 23rd, which is the day before Russia invaded Ukraine.
It has translated into high prices at the pump, yet some drivers are just shrugging it off.
It is what it is. I need to buy gas. Of course, I don't want it to be higher, but if that's what happens, that's what happens. I still...
Or abandoned by a judge and who have also is not in their best interest to return to their home country.
She tells us most of the abused immigrants who fall into this very vulnerable group are eligible for special youth visas but are forced to wait years to be granted legal working status. Congresswoman Karen Bass getting a major endorsement from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in her campaign to be the next mayor of Los Angeles.
As her colleague and friend, I have seen Karen fight for social and economic justice for the people. She fights for health care for our families and education for our children. She fights for solutions to the climate crisis. She fights for jobs, good-paying union jobs.
Speaker Pelosi called her fellow California Democrat a national leader and a coalition builder. A recent Loyola Marymount poll showed Karen Bass getting the support of 16% of likely voters in L.A., followed by City Councilman Kevin DeLeon at 12%. All the other candidates, single-digit support, including City Attorney Mike Feuer, Councilman Joe Buscaino, and developer Rick Caruso. The top two candidates in the June primary will advance to the November general election. It's 11:19. The California Highway Patrol is falling far behind other law enforcement agencies when it comes to getting officers to wear body cameras. Only 3% are equipped with cameras currently. Rhonda Lyons, Cal Matters, says the CHP launched a pilot program 7 years ago and has done nothing more since.
The state hasn't really addressed the issue any further. They haven't said, it's too expensive or not. I did speak with one legislator who said, frankly, we've dropped the ball and we're going to pick it back up.
The only CHP officers who currently have body cameras are in Stockton and Oakland. The agency uses dash cam video in controversial cases, and that is often grainy and of bad quality. By contrast, 3/4 of LAPD officers now have body cameras. 11:20 on KNX. Let's get a live look at your money. Here is Tom.
First, just before Russia invaded Ukraine, hackers got access to the computers of current and former employees at 21 U.S. natural gas companies, including big names like Chevron and Kinder Morgan. The idea was to disrupt the production of liquefied natural gas, a major industry, by the way, in Russia. So far, though, no evidence it was ordered by the Kremlin. Oil prices soaring to a new 14-year high. They're right now just below $120 a barrel. That's down, actually. They hit 130 earlier today. And as for stocks, they're taking another beating on worries about those surging oil prices, how that's going to impact prices at the pump, and soaring inflation for just about everything else. That's why the Dow right now is down 573 points, a 1 3/4% drop. The NASDAQ down 304. That's a more than 2% drop. The S&P also down 2%, 87. And a record share of Americans, about 70% of those surveyed, anticipate that their rent is going to keep rising, going up by more than 7% this year. Not good. We check your money at 20 and 50 after each hour. I'm Bloomberg's Tom Busby. KNX News, 97.1 FM.
LeBron James getting into the food business. How? We'll tell you in 90 seconds. Stay with us. The news continues. It is 11:21.
Breaking news. 1 million people are internally displaced. When it happens, the intentional targeting of civilians will be considered a war crime.
One station in Southern California stays on top of the story. Worries Russia's leadership will get desperate around the clock, around the world.
Reports are Russian soldiers being brought to Belarus for training.
When news breaks, count on us to bring it to you as it happens. Continue our in-depth team coverage the latest. KNX News, 97.1 FM.
Everything you need, every time you listen.
Have you recently lost a loved one who's left you a house? Probate court can be scary, confusing, and expensive. I'm attorney Tom Martin. I've been there before, and I've managed to make probate simple. Probate Simple. It's our name and what we do. We handle undisputed probate cases across California. Call 1-800-965-5430 or go to probatesimple.com. Answer a few simple questions and you're on your way to making probate simple and affordable. Call 1-800-965-5430 or visit probatesimple.com.
Probate Simple is a service of Foresight Legal Group, PC.
In a nationwide study, the University of La Verne ranked first in California and 11th in the nation for alumni satisfaction, next to institutions like Princeton, Yale, and Harvard. It's about better jobs and better careers for a better life. Move ahead with flexible, affordable, student-focused, accelerated online and on-campus programs. Learn more about our campuses in La Verne, Irvine, Ontario, Burbank, or College of the Canyons. Visit go.laverne.edu. The University of La Verne, a better choice.
Address your hair loss, get $250 off, 250 free hair grafts at advancedhair.com.
Got some slowing both the 57 and the 60 freeways through the Diamond Bar area. Take note of that. We got Tom standing by in the traffic center. We'll get to him in just about 2 minutes with a check of our freeways. It is 11:23. LeBron James has a tasty new business venture. Page 6 says the Lakers star has invested in Kitsch. It's described as a place for foodies to gather and learn from some of the most famous chefs in the world. The website officially launches tomorrow. Well, the moon has a new crater thanks to a huge piece of a rocket booster believed to be from China. It slammed into it.
It happened as the U.S. Space Force announced they will begin patrolling space just beyond the Earth's orbit and around the moon. Eric Berger, senior space editor at Ars Technica, explains what they're looking for.
The Space Force is very interested in something called space situational awareness, to basically understand what's happening in a particular region. And so on Earth, of course, they're interested in the skies and the ocean and the ground, and space is just a natural extension. And what the Space Force has said is that, prior to this, they've basically had awareness of low Earth orbit and out to geostationary space orbit, which is about 20,000 miles above the planet. And now they're saying that they're going to extend that awareness.
Berger says the concern is space junk, including other satellites. Nathan Roberts, KNX News, 97.1 FM.
The U.S. Supreme Court says it won't be reviewing the sexual assault case against comedian Bill Cosby. That means he'll remain free after being released from prison last June when Pennsylvania's High Court threw out his conviction for sexually assaulting a woman in that state many years ago. The U.S. Supreme Court didn't give any reasons for not taking up the case. In fact, it was simply included in a long list of cases that the justices said they will not be considering. Group that puts on the Grammy Awards is planning a release of a new online digital collectible series. They're known as NFTs. And the virtual artwork, including animated videos, is inspired by Grammy nominees and other music stars. This artwork will roll out over the next 3 weeks. Some proceeds will go to the Recording Academy's Scholarship Fund. The Grammy Awards will be handed out April 3rd. That will be in Las Vegas. And a Fontana man surprised a would-be robber who broke into his home. After hearing noises, police say the man grabbed his gun, shot the intruder dead. Happened on Cypress Avenue across the street from Kathy Banks Elementary School. After reviewing security footage, police say it appears the burglar was alone when he broke in. Approaching 2 million Ukrainians who have to flee the advancing Russian military, setting off a humanitarian crisis in Eastern Europe. Much more of our in-depth team coverage. Another live report from CBS Network News coming up at the bottom of the hour at 11:30. Right now it is 11:25. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the fives. This update sponsored by Cars for Kids Real Estate. Here again, Tom Tran.
Oh, you have some pretty significant slowing through the Diamond Bar area. Busy on both the 60 and 57 freeways. Told you about a problem earlier just past Grand Avenue. That west 60 backs up at the 71. It's going to stay slow all the way over towards the 60-57 split. Southbound side of the 57 also backs up at Temple. That's not going to get any better until you get past Grand either. But when you do, both freeways shake free, and then that west 60 looks great. Heading out towards East LA, South 57 is clear all the way down into Orange County. Southbound side of the 605 had an earlier crash down near Washington Boulevard. Still kind of busy, starting back near Rose Hills. It's going to stay slow right down towards Florence Avenue. After that, you're fine. Heading down into Seal Beach. Southbound side of the 710 had an earlier problem. That is clearing, but it's still busy from Florence Avenue down towards Imperial Highway. Once you get past that, it's a pretty good ride down into Long Beach. Northbound side of the 710, pinches slowing on and off out of downtown Long Beach from about Anaheim Street up towards the 405. On the 405, pretty busy heading through the west side. Looks like we've got a problem over near Santa Monica Boulevard. We'll get details from CHP, but adding to the usually slow backup starting near La Tierra. Busy all the way up towards Santa Monica Boulevard. Southbound side of the 405 also slows at Sunset down towards the 10th. Did you know Cars for Kids is now accepting all kinds of real estate donations? Houses, lots, land, commercial, residential, or investment properties. You'll receive a tax deduction for full appraised value of your property. Go to carsforkidsrealestate.org to learn why donating is right for you. Your next report's 11:35. More reports more often from the CarsonToyota.com 24-hour traffic center. KNX News 97.1 FM.
Sunny, windy, highs today, upper 60s, lower 70s. Right now it is 64 downtown LA. Workers at your local supermarket could very well be walking out on strike in coming days. We'll tell you more in 3 minutes. It is 11:27.
Have you still not refinanced your mortgage? Well, soon you might be kicking yourself in the head. Rates are at historic lows, so take advantage of our new Fast Track loan with an unbelievable low rate of 3.375 rate and APR with our no closing costs 30-year fixed loan. That's right, no points, no fees. Hi, I'm Wesley Hogan with Lennox Financial, a trusted lender for over 20 years. Even if you've refinanced in the last year, we can still probably save you money. All it takes is a 5-minute phone call to find out how you can save up to thousands of dollars a year. This amazing 3.375 rate and APR won't last long, and our new Fast Track loan process can get it done in record time. So call today, 844-425-3669. That's 844-425-3669. It's the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind. Call us at 844-425-3669.
Licensed by the Department of Business Oversight under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act, NMLS number 3304. Not all loans apply. Equal housing lender. Visit us at LennoxHomeLoans.com or call for additional cost information. Other restrictions apply. Rates subject to change.
Hey, it's Brian Douglas for SellersAdvantage.com. Listen, if it's time for you to sell your home for whatever reason that may be, I want you to check out SellersAdvantage.com before you do anything else. Let's see if they can help you, and they probably can. This is the easiest way to sell your home, and guess what? You get to pick when you want to close. Now, that's a big thing, especially if you're on a timeline here. This is the easiest solution for you when it comes to selling that house of yours, no matter what condition it's in. No cleaning, no repairs, no nothing. Go with sellersadvantage.com. Their professional experienced home buyers also happen to be the #1 home buyer here in LA. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, have purchased thousands of homes right here in SoCal over the last decade, so they know what they're doing. Call Sellers Advantage for a no obligation free home evaluation right now. 888-421-AS-IS. 888-421-AS-IS. That's 888-421-2747. See what they can do for you when it comes to selling your home. No one's more professional, more experienced than sellersadvantage.com. That's sellersadvantage.com.
Attention LA and surrounding counties homeowners. We Buy LA is looking to buy an additional 5 houses in the next few weeks. We can pay cash and close in as little as 5 days. We buy houses in any condition and any location throughout LA and surrounding counties. Call today, 323-238-9000, or go to our website at WeBuyLA.com. Fill out your information and we'll reach out to you. We buy houses, condos, land, and apartment buildings. Call us today to get an offer. 323-238-9000. That's 323-238-9000. Or go online to WeBuyLA.com. The process takes just 7 minutes to get a completely free no
おはようございます。ミネルさんのビデオ見てた今。お疲れ様でした。料理やら溶接やら何やっても様になっておりますな。少し暖かくなってきたんで、新しいテーブル使う件も楽しみ。最後、チラリズムの男性まだ出てきてないんですよね。器用っすよね、本当に。何でもできる。昨日のツイキャスのコメント。あれ、公開になってますよ。公開になって、3個目のやつはね、あれです。北空港。ここで言ったらバレちゃうね。キーワードは北空港です。これを見た方だけわかる。ありがとうございます。すっげえ綺麗だったでしょ。もうね、どうしてもね、あれをね、ちょっと作ったやつを宣伝したくてね。できた。できたってちょっとね、言いたくなるような感じだったでしょ。 バラのお風呂のやつもね、一応あるんですけどね、どうやって編集しようかなと思って。うん、そうそう。いや、暇なんですよね。こっからどっか一回出た先で朝のご挨拶しようかなと思って、とりあえずお客さん取れるの待ってる最中なんですけどね、もう全然暇すぎてもうなんですよ。その間に今、ミネルさんのやつをね、見させていただいていますところでした。北空港3個目のやつも出したいんですけどね、あれもう一回かぶせてから出そうかなと思って。もう一回かぶせてから、あと、最後のね、ところがね、ちょっとね、怒られたら嫌だから、最後のとこだけ、あれ編集、まあ編集でもいいんですけどね、編集しても。もう一回上から重ねようかな、なんで、もうなんか、雑音がすごかったらダメなんですけどね。映ってるところ映らないように、それでできるかなんで、別にカットして編集し直してもいいんですけど、もう一回上に重ねたら、余計なとこ消せるかなと思ってね。ちょっと、完結線。ああ、なるほど。枠が完成。これはこの続きがあるんですね。天板と塗装はまた次回。器用っすよね。なんでもしちゃうから。本当だ。なるほど。いた。飯抜きさんがコメントくれた。いた。 いやー、しかし暇っすね。困った。4月までないの？ゆうちゃんのショート見た。ああ、そうなんすか。あ、見てない。あれなんで通知来なかったかな。stay possible in March. サブスクリプションで、レジスターカスタマービュー。あ、本当だ。楽しい。あ、本当だ。あれ、なんで見てなかったのこれね。あ、上手じゃないですか。楽勝やがな。スケボー乗ってたって言ってたんだってな。エブリちゃんも面白いですね。お、チャンネルコンタクト大型復活しましたって。 3月21日。12時過ぎちゃったなよ。3月21日。2週間後か。ちょうどいいじゃないですか。しかし、今すぎ。うん。9連勤。おー、はいはいはいはい。ご苦労様でございます。ね、日も伸びてきて、朝も、やっぱ寒いとね、出だしがどうしても寒いから、暖かくなってきて、今からっすよね、ほんとね。行ってないなぁ。今年になってまだ一回も行ってないっていうか、前はよく行ったんですけどね。ジップ男子ぐらいちょっと行かないと。来週あたりゴルフしようかな。連絡して。 今、まあ、ないっていうか、行こうって言えばね、いつでも行けるんですけど、今までちょっと寒かったからね、来週からあれなんですよね、サマータイム、デイライトセービングっていうのがね、来週から始まるんですよ。だから1時間日が伸びるんですよね。夏はね、4時ぐらいから出て、トワイライトってやつがね、気持ちいいんですけどね、夕方。日が長いからね、9時近くまで、明るいから、夏はね、夕方頃するとすごい気持ちいいんですけどね、冬は寒いから体がなんか回らないっていうか、それも何よりもちょっと打ちっぱなしぐらい行きたいですよね。あ、そうそう。車の中にね、パターとウェッジ1本積んどこうと思ったんですけど、どこに積むかっすよね、ほんと。お客さんが乗ってないときはいいんだけど、これね、置くとこはないですよね、結局ね。お客さんが乗ったときどうするかって話。屋根の上にくくりつけとこうかな。ちょっと場所取るんですよね。トランクって言ってもね、やっぱりお客さん乗せてると荷物いっぱい乗せなきゃいけない時もあるから、あんまり自分の荷物乗せたくないですよね。ちょっと、こんな状況だったらね、もう本当、車の中でじっとするよりは、どっかの、ゴルフコースの前にある練習のパターのグリーンとかね、こんなとこで待ってた方がよっぽどいいかなと思ってね、ちょっと思うんですよね。明日出るときちょっと検討してみましょうか。ね、体を動かしてなさすぎなんですよね。ちょっと。付け焼き場じゃないですけど、今、2週間後の月曜日に健康診断のね、年に1回の血液検査、アポイントメントがちょっと今取れたので、最近ちょっとほんと運動してないんですよね。何にもしてないから。付け焼き場で少し体の数値の改善に取り組みましょうか。暇だし。体重はそんな増えてないから、まあ、あれなんですけど、体重の割にはね、ちょっとなんか自分でもね、最近ほっぺたふっくらしてるなと思うんですよね。だから、体重よりは体脂肪が増えてるんじゃないかなと思ってね。いやー、食べるものはね、一応気をつけてるんですよね。なんか毎日手弁当の百姓飯食ってるんですけど、ああいうのはね、続けてるから、朝と昼はだから、ほとんど毎日同じなんですけどね、朝バナナでしょ、バナナ1本と、砂糖の入ってない雑穀のパン3枚。これ毎朝なんですけど、昼は手弁当の百姓飯食べてて、だからね、そんなに動物性脂肪とかいっぱい取らないようにしてるし、まあ、肉も魚も食べるんですけどね、そうやって1週間のうちだから、10食、1週間が21、3、7、21でしょ。で、6、22、そうそう。だまあ、週の半分くらいはね、そうやって、まあ、一応、体に良さそうなね、あんまりこう、脂肪分の少ないっていうか、そういうのにしてるんですけどね。体重はそんなに増えてないですけど、ただね、ちょっと、夜帰って食べるものがね、最近、ちょっと超えやすいもの食べてるかな。で、油がギトギトとかのもんじゃないんですけどね。どんな数字が出てくるでしょうかって毎年まあ楽しみなんですけどね。 回だから、本当はね、スキーにも行きたいなと思ってて、ちょっと時間をこう無駄遣いしないっていうか、休みをね、取ってたりもするんですけど、なんせね、この雨が降らなすぎて、スキー場の雪もね、なんか、パッとしないんですよね、今年は。そういう理由もあったりして。来週行こうかなと思ってるんですよね。来週から日が伸びるから、スキー場って、ね、結構4時で終わるんですよ、リフトがね。4時でリフトが終わって、それから日が暮れるまでね、その後、近所のその山奥の川でね、魚釣りができるんですけど、今週行ったら日が沈むのが1時間早くて、来週行ったら1時間長いっていうあれでね、来週の方がいいかなと思ったりして、来週の月曜日、火曜日が雪の予報って言ってるから、水木ぐらいで行こうかなと思って。水木。あんまり雪がないときに行くとね、山の急な斜面のところ、雪がかぶってなくて、石だらけなんですよね、結構。それで、スキーの板痛めるから危ないしね。そういう理由もあるんですよね。全然降ってないですよね。あれプロバイド。そうそう。なんだろう。 が少なくて、3メーターぐらいはあるみたいなんですけどね。シングル。いや、もうちょっと置いていいのにな。4日。先週か。 予定的だ。どうしようかな。
Next report's 2:35. More reports more often from the CarsonToyota.com 24-hour traffic center. KNX News 97.1 FM.
When Bill and I needed new windows over 20 years ago, we picked a company we thought would do a good job. We were so disappointed.
So we saw a genuine need for a company with strong character, one that people could have faith in.
American Vision Windows was born right then and there.
The best thing about working for American Vision Windows and with customers specifically is having their dreams come true. And we try to accomplish the best job we can to make them happy.
It was a great experience. I couldn't have asked for anything better.
I've been in the construction trade for 35 years. The level of quality of products that they use for their prep work was top-notch.
American Vision Windows continues to revolutionize the home improvement industry, one customer at a time, while changing the lives of our employees for the better. It's so simple.
Happy employees, happy customers.
0% interest, 0 payments until 2023. Call 888-363-8181, 888-363-8181, or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com.
Unapproved credit, not all applicants will qualify. Cannot be combined with any other offers. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer expires 3/31/2022. CSLB number 778-326.
Have you been denied a home loan or refinance because you're self-employed, earn 1099 income, or even a real estate investor? You're missing out. Most lenders make approval seem impossible, especially if you're self-employed. Stop watching everyone take advantage of the lowest mortgage rates in history while you're stuck on the sides. Accelerate Capital, the premier lender designed for the self-employed. Our approval process is based on common sense, using bank statements, 1099 income, profit loss statements, rental income, or even stated income to qualify at the lowest rates available. Fast. Conventional lenders cannot do this. When others say no, we say yes. Call 800-343-7994, 800-343-7994, or visit acceleratecapital.com.
EXCELE, acceleratecapital.com.
Equal housing lender. Call for details. NMLS ID number 1165716. Not all will qualify. California DFPI license number 41DBO45150. Additional restrictions may apply. Loans made or arranged pursuant to the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act.
This is a metaphor of your business's journey. Sometimes it feels like you're going 100 miles an hour, barely keeping up. But to cruise through challenges, you need some. That's what Dell Technologies advisors do. They have the Windows PCs and tech advice you need to get past whatever's in front of you and get where you want to go. Call an advisor today at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. A start to a simpler experience with Windows 11 Pro.
This is the feeling you get when you have a dedicated Fidelity Wealth Planner looking at your full financial picture. Someone working with you on a flexible, comprehensive wealth plan based on your goals, helping you balance risk and reward. It's being able to enjoy today because you have a plan for the future. This is the planning effect from Fidelity. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimum supply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Has this ever happened to you?
I wasn't feeling great, so I searched for symptoms on Google, and now I'm being followed by really uncomfortable ads. I'm feeling like my personal information is being bought and sold. I got DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. With one download, you can search and browse privately, avoiding trackers, all for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Termites are often a hidden danger to the valuable investments for homes and businesses. It's Vicki Moore, but you know what? They don't have to be, because Pacific Coast Termite can help. One phone call and they'll send out a uniformed technician for a free thorough inspection. If you go ahead with the treatment, Pacific Coast Termite uses orange oil and Ultraset, so no tents, no move out. Call now for 10% off and a 2-year guarantee. And Pacific Coast Termite is hiring. Call them at 800-PACIFIC or online PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
This is KNX News 97.1 FM, Southern California's only 24-hour local news and traffic station. Good afternoon, I'm Chris Seasons.
And I'm Karen Adams. Our top local story at 2:30. Monsanto and 2 related companies are the focus of a lawsuit brought by the city attorney of LA.
It is time for Monsanto to clean up and to pay up.
City Attorney Mike Fewer says they allege that Monsanto was responsible for the majority of the sale of products containing a group of industrial chemicals known as PCBs in Los Angeles, and that Monsanto knew PCBs were highly toxic.
In the 1950s, Monsanto officials went so far as to say to staff at Monsanto, don't eat lunch in the PCB department. Think about that for a second.
Although they were banned in the late 1970s, PCBs continue to drain into Los Angeles Harbor, Machado Lake, Echo Park Lake, and other waters. According to the lawsuit, PCBs are considered probable human carcinogens by the EPA. Margaret Carrero, KNX News, 97.1 FM. No response yet to our request for comment from Monsanto, which is now owned by Bayer.
An attempted burglary shakes up a North Hollywood neighborhood. The suspect used information from a delivery service to gain access to the home.
2 men who were fully masked up came to the front door of a home on Babcock Street, but when they broke in, they found the homeowner and a dog waiting for them. After a brief fight, the 2 men ran outside and jumped into a car and drove off. Officer Manuel Sierra said investigators are counting on help from the home security system to identify the people involved.
We're still trying to get technicians for the homeowner to get us access to them, so we got a better description of those guys.
Detectives think the men broke into a car owned by the victim and used an address label from an Amazon package to steer them to the location where the unsuccessful burglary took place. In North Hollywood, Pete Demetrio, KNX News 97.1 FM.
The FBI hunting for a robber who's linked to at least 8 bank jobs in Orange County.
The man the FBI is looking for was caught on camera robbing banks in Costa Mesa, Huntington Beach, and Fullerton. He's seen wearing sunglasses, a ball cap, and a mask, and every time in the same black and white shoes. They're calling him the Black and White Sneaker Bandit.
When he robs the bank, he uses a note, passes a note demanding cash, and also indicates in the note that there are armed individuals inside the bank and outside the bank, presumably helping him, and that will, says this to, we believe, to intimidate the bank tellers to give us money.
That's Laura Eimler with the FBI. She says they haven't seen others with him, though.
He does actually threaten weapons. No weapons seen.
1 week ago, the FBI arrested a man connected to another 12 bank robberies all around the same time. This one both in LA and Orange County. Natalie Tavidian, KNX News 97.1 FM.
It's 2:33. Turning now to our coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainian President Zelensky urging his people to keep resisting Russia's assault, which UN officials say has pushed more than 1.7 million people out of Ukraine, most of them going to Poland. Zelensky is also calling for a global boycott of all Russian products, including oil.
U.S. officials have begun gathering information to help determine whether Russia has committed war crimes during its invasion of Ukraine. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki on the possibility of the House voting as soon as tomorrow on legislation seeking to ban the import of Russian energy products, including oil.
No decision has been made at this point by the president, and those discussions are ongoing internally and also with our counterparts and partners in Europe and around the world.
Correspondent Charlie D'Agata explains the fighting coming from Russia.
They are literally shelling residential neighborhoods with weapons that aren't directed, and wherever they land, they land.
Protesters gathered outside the World Court in The Hague in support of those in Ukraine.
People are being killed, maternity wards, hospitals, kindergartens, and this is not supposed to be happening in 2022.
Nearly 2 million have fled. I'm Matt Piper.
We checked back with Santa Barbara-based Direct Relief on its efforts to get urgent medical supplies into Ukraine, as well as refugee centers in Poland and elsewhere. Spokesman Dan Hovey tells KNX they've been working with Ukraine's Ministry of Health to get the supplies into not only Kyiv, but eastern and southern Ukraine.
They can manage it better than anything else to distribute to the public hospitals throughout the country, but we are hearing some issues getting it into the front lines of the conflict, and they are targets that we are hearing of targets on health facilities, targets on public transport vehicles. So definitely dangerous, and we're just trying to help them in any way that we can.
He says there's now an urgent need for insulin and chemo drugs. Grocery store workers in Southern California could authorize a strike and help to get the most out of your gas as prices at the pump soar. It's coming up after traffic is 2:35.
To your Monday drive now. Your traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 5s. Here's Tom Tran.
They're going to mess with the drive trying to get out of East LA. Southbound side of that Santa Ana freeway backs up at the 60, and it's going to stay slow all the way down into Santa Fe Springs. The 710's no good trying to get out of East LA either. That's going to be slow from the 60 all the way down towards Imperial Highway. They were picking up cones from some earlier Caltrans work. The north 710 also slows from Imperial right up towards Atlantic Bandy. Check with Brian Douglas, taking a look at the problems with the Cahuenga Pass with the Southern California Toyota dealers 101 Jam Cam.
Truck calling a trailer. That trailer flipped over, and that's blocking the 3 right lanes. Northbound side of the 101, just past your Universal Studios exit, Universal City exit here. So northbound side of the 101 now jammed from Hollywood Boulevard. Watch out, be prepared for these delays.
Northbound side of the 5 Golden State Freeway, some slowing through Burbank. It's got traffic backed up from the 134 up towards Olive Avenue. And then we've got a crash we reported on the North 5 near Roxford, which is causing the slowdown from the 405. Next report, 2:45. More reports more from the CarsonToyota.com 24-hour traffic center. KNX News 97.1 FM.
Sunny, windy. We're looking at highs today in the upper 60s along the coast, lower 70s for Los Angeles and Orange County metro areas, lower 70s in the valleys as well. Mostly clear skies tonight, overnight lows 40s and 50s. Tomorrow, more sunshine, more highs in the 60s and 70s. Some temperatures right now, Hawthorne 66 degrees. We're at 70 in both Burbank and Corona, 64 degrees. The sun is out at the Civic Center, downtown LA at 2:37.
The major union representing tens of thousands of supermarket employees in Southern California could soon ask its members if they want to authorize a strike.
The labor contract for union workers at Ralph's, Albertsons, Vaughn's, Food for Less, Gelson's, Stater Brothers expired at midnight. Kroger is the parent company of Ralph's and Food for Less, and in a statement says it does want to reach a deal and says its average hourly wage at Ralph's is $18.90 above industry standards. But one union member who's a part of the bargaining team tells KNX News they are still far apart on money.
We're fighting to get like a $5 an hour increase. People are really struggling.
That is Rachel Fournier, also a Ralph's cashier. That $5 an hour pay increase would be over 3 years, $2 in year 1, and then $1.50 each of the last 2 years of the deal. Craig Figner, KNX News, 97.1 FM.
Well, gas prices so high, people are looking for every trick they can find to improve their miles per gallon. Testing by Consumer Report shows a number of small but important steps can help when it comes to fuel conservation. Jeff Bartlett is their automotive managing editor.
Our tests show that obeying the speed limit is probably the most money savings that you can do in terms of enhancing your fuel efficiency.
And Bartlett tells KNX that's especially true on the highway, but what about on city streets?
If you limit quick response in the accelerator, our tests show that can make a 2 to 3 mile per gallon difference over time.
Other helpful tips include keeping your tires at the recommended pressure and getting rid of your roof rack if there's nothing in it, since aerodynamics is a major factor in fuel economy.
And as for premium gas, some people think it's better for their cars, but AAA says it can be money down the drain. About 70% of cars in the U.S. require regular gasoline, according to AAA. But some people pay for the expensive stuff, if not all the time, then occasionally to treat their cars, thinking that it somehow helps. The Auto Club's Megan McKernan says it doesn't.
We found that U.S. drivers were wasting $2.1 billion annually on premium gasoline. they didn't need to use it.
She says unless your car manual specifically says the word required, you don't need premium, not even if it's recommended.
If you want better quality fuel, AAA recommends making sure that it's top tier.
McKernan says that's the gas that has the additives in it to run cleaner, and it's in all grades of gas, including regular. To learn more and to find a station that sells top-tier gas near you, go to toptiergas.com. Vicki Moore, KNX News, 97.1 FM.
It's 2:39. The COVID pandemic has now killed more than 6 million people worldwide. The tragic number comes as the pandemic enters its third year, and it's as if 6 million deaths weren't enough. Many experts think the actual death toll is likely much higher. Overall, 450 million cases of COVID have been recorded.
A coalition of immigrant and human rights groups argues the Biden administration is taking far too long to protect an especially vulnerable class of young illegal immigrants. It's suing in the hopes of speeding up the issuing of visas and work permits to juvenile immigrants who have been found by courts to be victims of abuse. Claudia Quintana, attorney for the group Legal Services for Children, says these immigrants often have to wait at least 5 years to have their documents approved.
While they're waiting for that to occur, they are vulnerable to people who will take advantage of them, who may traffic them, who may actually put them in positions of having to work illegally in drug trades or some other things that will re-victimize them all over again.
In response to the lawsuit, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services says it's starting a review of its special immigrant juvenile classification to speed up issuing of work permits. And we've got a new crash on the westbound 60 near the 710. We're checking those roads again at 2:45. And coming up after traffic, Florida is advising against healthy children getting the COVID vaccine. It's 2:41.
Here's today's smart money tip from Owning. Call 833-2-OWNING or go to owning.com to find out more about this amazing offer. The average 30-year mortgage stays on the lender's books around 8 years before it's paid off. So why do people take a 30-year loan rather than a 10 or 15? Lower monthly payments, of course. However, those lower payments come with a much higher interest rate. What if you can have the low interest rate of a 10-year loan with the low payment of a 30-year? Sounds smart, right? Introducing the Smart Money Loan from Owning. With a 2.375% rate, 2.819 APR are fixed for the first 10 years. You can lower your rate and payment and save thousands in interest. Call 833-2-OWNING to log in on 2.375% rate, 2.819 APR today. Or visit owning.com.
NMLS 2611, subject to credit approval. Savings may vary. Call 833-303-2169 for licensing and qualifying terms and conditions. Equal housing lender, not licensed in all states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
In a nationwide study, the University of Laverne ranked first in California and 11th in the nation for alumni satisfaction, next to institutions like Princeton, Yale, and Harvard. It's about better jobs and better careers for a better life. Move ahead with flexible, affordable, student-focused, accelerated online and on-campus programs. Learn more about our campuses in Laverne, Irvine, Ontario, Burbank, or College of the Canyons. Visit laverne.edu. The University of Laverne, a better choice.
Termites are often a hidden danger to the valuable investments of our homes and businesses. It's Vicki Moore, but you know what? They don't have to be, because Pacific Coast Termite can help. One phone call and they'll send out a uniformed technician for a free, thorough inspection. If you go ahead with the treatment, Pacific Coast Termite uses orange oil and Ultraset, so no tents, no move out. Call now for 10% off and a 2-year guarantee. And Pacific Coast Termite is hiring. Call them at 800-PACIFIC or online, PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The NBA season is heating up, and the coverage you need is on Odyssey. Go deeper with daily coverage for every team with the Locked On Podcast Network, plus local sports station pods for your team. Need NBA hot takes? Check out Heat Check with Trista Crick. If you live for the drama of the NBA, you're going to love this pod. Plus, turn the NBA season into money season with expert betting tips and analysis for your favorite BetQL talent on You Better You Bet, The Daily Tip, and more. Turn this NBA season into a slam dunk. Listen now on Odyssey.
From Irvine to Santa Clarita, from Anaheim to Sherman Oaks.
The news has never been clearer.
KNX News, 97.1 FM.
Depend on us.
Good afternoon, I'm Chris Sedens.
And I'm Karen Adams, coming up on KNX News, 97.1 FM.
Florida officials say that if a child is healthy, they don't need a COVID vaccine shot.
LA City Attorney goes after 3 chemical companies for polluting the city's water.
These stories and more in the next 15 minutes. Right now, 2:45, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 5s. This update sponsored by DuckDuckGo. Here again, Tom Tran.
All right, let's take another look at the problems on the Hollywood Freeway. Brian Douglas has been keeping an eye on it with the Southern California Toyota dealers 101 Jam Cam.
So northbound side truck had a trailer. That trailer overturned. Looks like it's uprighted. They're trying to clear everything out of your 3 right lanes. So this is North 101. A little bit before you get to Lancashire. Your drive now jammed out of Hollywood starting at Sunset Boulevard. That's your northbound side. Southbound, you load up at Santa Monica Boulevard, slow into downtown.
You can get around some of that slowing with the KNX DuckDuckGo route. You can trust Highland up towards Cahuenga Boulevard. Looks like a pretty good option. Cahuenga going northbound, moved along just fine at this point. We also have a problem on the Ventura portion of the 101, though. This is eastbound over near Woodman Avenue. Crash there's got traffic backed up almost at Sepulveda Boulevard. Then you're going to see on and off slowing over towards the Hollywood split. Northbound side of the 5, couple of problems over here. The Golden State Freeway at Olive. A crash right through Burbank. That's got traffic backed up from the 134. Had another crash just before the 210. That's got traffic slow back near the 405 split. It's actually slowing the 405 from Rinaldi. What is it that makes you uniquely you? Well, DuckDuckGo doesn't think it's any of their business, and frankly, shouldn't be the business of any tech company. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. Your next reports, 2:55. More reports, more on from the CarsonToyota.com 24-hour traffic center. KNX News, 97.1 FM.
A warming trend taking place across Southern California on this Monday. Temperatures topping out in the upper 60s and low 70s for the beaches, LA Inland, Orange County, and the valleys. Mid-60s expected in the Inland Empire, low 60s in the high desert, and mid-30s across our mountains. Temperatures will really warm up as we head into the weekend. Santa winds, though, will continue with us through at least later in the evening. Southern California's most accurate and dependable forecast. I'm CBS 2's Olga Spina with KNX News 97.1 FM.
Our American Vision Windows temps include Los Alamitos right now at 73, Santa Ana 74. Currently it's 70, sunny in Burbank at 2:47.
Florida is officially recommending that healthy children not be given the COVID vaccine.
The announcement came during Republican Governor Ron DeSantis' roundtable called the Curtain Close on COVID Theater. Florida Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo cited unnamed studies questioning vaccine effectiveness.
We're kind of scraping at the bottom of the barrel, particularly with healthy kids, in terms of actually being able to quantify with any accuracy and any confidence the even potential of benefit.
CDC has recommended the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine for children 5 and older. Nearly 10 million kids have gotten at least 1 dose. Peter King, CBS News, Orlando.
A big change in New York City schools today. Students from kindergarten through grade 12 no longer have to wear masks in class. But the mayor, Eric Adams, is taking some heat for keeping the mask mandate in place for children in the city's early education program. This woman says it's time to throw out masks entirely.
Frankly, having children continue to wear masks defies common sense. New York City remains the only jurisdiction in New York State where a child between the age of 6 must wear a mask is law.
Adams says he's simply following the science. Mask mandates also remain in effect in daycare centers in New York.
The military is taking action on a major environmental issue. CBS's Jim Krasula has more.
The Defense Department is expected to permanently shut down the Navy's huge fuel tank facility in Hawaii that leaked petroleum into Pearl Harbor's tap water supply. The fuel will be removed from the facility. Some 6,000 people, most of them living in military housing at or near Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam, were affected by the fuel leak.
The tanks leaked into a well and contaminated the drinking water of homes and offices in Pearl Harbor.
Back here in Southern California, police are hunting for the gunman who killed a man outside a strip club in North Hills. Police say the shooting happened about 2 a.m. this morning. They say a dispute over a parking space may have prompted the argument that ended with the gunfire. The victim was apparently waiting outside the club to pick up his girlfriend when the dispute happened.
Most police departments around the state have equipped their officers with body cameras. But that's not the case with the CHP. Just 3% of its officers have the body cams. Cal Matters reporter Rhonda Lyons says the CHP launched a pilot program 7 years ago, but progress has stalled since then.
California is lagging behind other states in addressing this issue. And part of the reason is there's no statewide policy saying you must have body cameras if you're a police agency.
In controversial cases, the CHP has used dash cam video, but that's grainy and bad quality. One LA state lawmaker says the state has dropped the ball on body cameras and promises action in the near future.
Well, through good times and bad, the one place you turn to for local news that's important to you and important to your family is, of course, KNX. That commitment will never change. What has changed, you've noticed it, is you can now get your news and traffic on the FM dial as well. KNX News now at 97.1 FM. The news has never been more clear. KNX News 97.1 FM. Set a button on your FM dial for local news today. 2:50 on KNX. Sponsored by Land Rover Los Angeles. Let's get a check of your money. Here's Joan Doniger.
The Biden administration says it's considering banning oil imports from Russia. Some key members of Congress in both parties started shaping a bill to do it, and the result took the stock averages back to where they were in the spring of last year, with losses of 2 1/3 to 3 2/3%. The Dow down 797 points, the Nasdaq 482, the S&P 128. And oil prices soared to within $1 of $120 a barrel on talk of a Russian oil ban. Shippers and traders already are turning away from it, with gas prices now, according to Gas Buddy, coming in at an average of $4.10 a gallon, an all-time high. Analysts now are split, Dow Jones says, on whether high gas prices will discourage people from summer road trips. Uber doesn't think so. Its CEO sees big travel demand ahead, but drivers for the ride-hailing service and those who work at Lyft are seeing their take-home pay drop sharply. Some are reconsidering whether a rideshare side hustle is worth it. We check your money at 20 and 50 after every hour. I'm Bloomberg's Joan Doniger, KNX News 97.1 FM. A Russian gymnast is getting slammed for his support of the invasion in Ukraine. More in 2 minutes is 2:51.
You want it. We've got it. The latest headlines.
An update on this breaking news we've been telling you about.
In-depth coverage of the stories that matter to
Fire
you.
at a high-rise in downtown Los Angeles.
Traffic reports every 10 minutes.
This is before the 405, the backup there to San Fernando.
Everything you need. Every time you listen.
Local gas prices are set
Now on FM.
Lower levels of COVID.
KNX News 97.1 FM. Depend on us.
Do you check your Google search results regularly? You should. People often get their first impression of you or your business online. Negative comments on the internet can impact your life and
like 710 looking awful busy trying to get out of East LA and into East LA for that matter. We've got this crash southbound near Atlantic Bandini. It's got traffic backed up from the 60 pretty solidly right down towards Florence Avenue. The northbound side also slows way back near the 105, and that's no good all the way up towards the 5. The 5 jams up at the East LA interchange, and that's solid down into Santa Fe Springs. Southbound side of the 605, still busy from Peck Road down towards that Santa Ana freeway. Check with Brian Douglas. Got an update about that. But still on the slowdown. Northbound, as you come up to Sunset, be on the brakes. That's before to get all lane. Up ahead. Sun loads up at Santa Ana. Northbound out of Golden State Freeway, busy trying to get into Burbank. That back roads at 130 towards Avenue. As you know, Cars for Kids is accepting all kinds of state donations. It's lots of land, commercial, residential, event properties. Through tax deduction of price value of your property, you can see Cars for Kids realestate.org. Why donating is right for you. Your next report is 5 or 12 from thecarsco.com 24 hours at KNF News 9 FM. Sunny, windy, early years to the upper 60 on the coast, lower 60s in London Valley. It's 40s and 50s, close to 960 in downtown LA.
Crooks tried to put daytime lumber in North Hollywood. How they now they're targeting at the top of the after CBS News. It's 2:57.
At Mary Mary's, you getting an online college complete your and your first class free. Mary Mary's has the most flexible ways to get your degree and your college credit. 25852 to your degree through MSMU.edu/yo or text radio 258052.
Fluently is such a top of this country. Didn't know that pre-playing it. They're sourcing that would otherwise be the cracks on our system and deliver some today. Use the Join 20 and 20% off first 4 orders. That's code Join20 at perfectfoods.com.
Your home it could be tapped opportunity instead of an artificial asset. Introducing HomeTap. HomeTap is an investment company. They give you cash in exchange for your home's value. You can make this or just a su disposición para asegurar un móvil excelente, sujeto accesible. Free Insurance es respuesta. Viste Freeway Insurance con Hartley, Click Classic, Freeway, Saints. Ciertos cargos y zonas pueden aplicar precios anunciados por terceros. Small businesses switch to business can compare bill Factor.com discount you make the switch to restrictions approved. Studios.
KNFM Los Angeles.
Case News 7-1 FM.
Depend on us.
Going up to the top story election against street major.
おーい。キャラメルさん、おはようございます。ちょっと今、もぐもぐしております。3時じゃないですか。俺、寝るのはね、本当に寝るのは得意。すぐ寝れるし、いつまでも寝れるし、いつでもどこでもコーヒー飲みながらでも寝れますよ。何してても寝れる。 寝るのは得意。寝るのプロです。寝るのはプロなんですけどね、ちょっと動きがなさすぎて今、ちょっとここじゃあどうしようかなと思ってるんですよね。
キャラメル、春は眠くなります。
いや、春夏秋冬関係ない。いつでも寝れますよ。ここにいて取れるかなってとこね、ちょっと。寒い、そうそう。体冷やさないようにね、結構気をつけてます。だからまあいつでも寝れるんでしょうけどね。体を冷やすと調子悪くなるから、体を冷やさないように注意してますね。だからいつも寝る準備できてるっていうか。違うんです。いやー、ここにいたらしょうがないね、これ。ちょっと動きましょうか。3時。よいしょ。ここにいる時間帯じゃないでね、絶対これね。よいしょ。もうちょっと商売、ビジネスのあるあたり行かないと。民家しかないもん。
This is KNX News. 1FM, Southern California's only 24-hour local news and traffic station. I'm Mike Simpson.
And I'm Karen Adams. Our top local story at 3:03. LA City Attorney Joseph Monsanto.
ハロー。いいっすね。ハロー探しに行きましょう。運転手の春って。運転手の春だって。どんな春だよね。春よ、春よ。運転手の春だって。
Distributed and marketed the sale of PCBs, and they allege Monsanto knew they were highly toxic
and yet failed to warn. It never advised the city or residents or companies that were purchasing PCB-laden products that these were toxic and contaminate our waterways and our stormwater.
ここに今、正面左側はね、ホテルなんですけどね、プロパーホテルって言って、結構ね、上玉のお客さん多いんですよ、ここ。そういう理由でまあここ行ったんですけど、まあ、ホテルから出てくるっていう時間じゃないっすよね、今ね。3時になったから、とりあえずビジネスのエリア行かないと。どこで曲がりましょうか。こっちで曲がっといて、足方向へ向いて少し走って。
LAPD officer Manuel Sierra said two men got in the front gate, then through the front door and into the home.
There was a burglary, and once they're inside, they're confronted by the homeowner, which spooks them off, and they take off running. No one was injured.
Did they take anything from the house? Bags, items, parcels, things of that nature?
They're still trying to take inventory of that to see what's missing.
The two men were heavily masked up, and the homeowner believes they were either Hispanic or Armenian. And with the security cameras covering the front and the interior.
そうなんですよ。それで昨日のあそこ花見に行ったところの話なんですけどね。あそこって椿がねすっごい咲いてるんですよ。桜よりも何が一番有名って椿が有名なんですよね。で世界中の椿が 植えてあって咲いてるんですけど、いろんな種類の椿があるんですけどね、その中にね、日本の椿が結構あるんですよ。なんとか肥後とかね、なんとかって名前がついてる椿がいっぱいあるんですけど、そしたらそこにもともと肥後って書いてあるんですよ。それでね、そこをもともと持っていた人っていうのは、ロスのね、新聞を1930年代ぐらいにあそこを作ったらしいんですけどね、その新聞王っていう人がね、新聞で大儲けした人があそこを作ったらしいんですけど、その人が住んでた家がね、今ね、YouTube のライブしてる方が切れてたんですよ。キャス配信じゃなくて、戻った。OK。話の途中っていうよりもね、その今、YouTube の車載配信の方が切れたんですよ。それで今、あらと思って、復活しました。なんとか。そう。それでその花の話なんですけど、結構ね、日系人の園芸屋さんっていうのがね、多いんですよ。辺りにね、花がいっぱい咲いてる辺りのとこに。それで、戦争が、第二次世界大戦が始まって、日本が敵国ってことになって、アメリカにいる日本人、日系人の人はね、みんな強制収容所っていうところに入れられたんですけど、その強制収容所の話っていうのはね、いろいろあるんですけどね。でだからそこの庭園と何がつながってるかっていうと、その新聞王さんのその庭園なんですけど、戦争が始まって、その日系人の方が収容所に収容されるってなった時に、園芸のその園芸屋さんとはね、結局自分家のその庭っていうんですか、庭園にそれまでずっといろんなその庭木を入れてたみたいなんですよね。だからそのジャパニーズガーデンを作ったっていうのも、その桜が好きとか、日本のその日本庭園っていうのに興味があってね、やっぱりその自分の敷地の中に作りたいっていうんで作られたみたいですけど、だからその園芸店、ミッションナーサリーの、方とかね、何軒かつながりがあったみたいなんですけど、それで戦争が始まって、なんていうんですか、収容されるっていう時になる時に、その園芸場にある椿の木をね、全部安い値段って言って引き取ったらしいんですよね。だからもう育てられないし、そのまま置いていくわけにもいかないっていうか、全部ダメしちゃうわけじゃないですか。それで結構ね、その人がその椿を引き取ったっていう話なんですよ。だから結構ね、本当野球場ぐらいのでかいお家なんですけどね、敷地っていうんですか、野球場プラス駐車場ぐらいかな。なんせでかいんですよ、土地がね。それでその中の半分ぐらいがね、椿が咲いてるその場所なんですよね。で、前から思ってたんですよね。なんであんなに椿が植えてあるんだろうと思って。それで今回行った時にそのギャラリーの中にね、展示っていうか、その昔のそのナーサリーの写真とか、そのナーサリーを経営されてた家族のね、方の写真とかが載って、壁にこう説明書きがあったんですけど、それ今まで見たことなくて、そういうことだったんだなと思ってね。 道理でみたいな感じで。ただのアメリカ人の大金持ちのうちにね、その椿が、もう椿園っていう、椿園なんですよ。もうとにかくね、椿がすっごい咲いてて。今回ね、だからね、そういうことがちょっと分かりました。花も見に行ったんですけどね、なんかそういう歴史っていうか、いきさつっていうか、そうやって日系人の園芸屋さんとつながりあったんだなと思ってね、ちょっと。ためになることもありましたね、今回はね。さあ、ちょっと U ターンして、ここで車止めましょう。日陰、ゲット。
Not the government. Plus, your withdrawals are tax-free, which protects your savings from being devoured by taxes that can only get more monstrous. Get your report now at freereportfast.com. That's freereportfast.com.
新ユナイテッド、ベリーグリル潰れちゃった。もうね、ここもユニバーサルレコードとかね、映画のライオンゲートとかね、いろんなあるんですよ、ここ。すっごいいっぱいいろんななんかビジネスのオフィスがあるとこなんですけど、もう全然なんかガランガランですね。ここに来たからってお客さんが取れるかどうかわかんないぐらいの状態みたいですよ、これ。もう周りのビル、観光鳥。もう結局、コンピューターで仕事できる人は家からすればいいみたいな感じで、もう戻ってきてないんですよね、これね。ああ、違うですよ。もうお客さん取れるまで動かない。どこ行っても同じ状態っていうかね、ここからは。そうボタンの写真もいっぱい撮ったから、ボタンの人。
Purple and the left lane, and you've got the slowdown on the southbound side as well as the northbound side. But I would just stick to the freeway because you're going to get through there fairly quickly. Again, this is 405 southbound, just south of the Brookhurst exit. That 405 northbound is slowing. Culver City, right in Imperial, it's going to stay slow to Victory in the San Fernando Valley, Van Nuys area. And from the 118 to the 5, it's already packed in there. Southbound side slowing from about Santa Monica Boulevard down to Westchester at Howard Hughes. And then stop and go starting at the 105 as you make your way to the 710. Let's head to Bryan, 210, Arcadia, Jam Cab.
So westbound side, a little bit before you get to Rosemead Boulevard, got a car fire here. Looks like it's going to be over to the right. It's got you slow from about Baldwin Avenue. That's your westbound side. After that, you find your eastbound side. Already slowed at Pasadena. Earlier crash at Myrtle. That is off to the right shoulder. Denise.
We've got a fire reported 14 in Santa Clarita, southbound side, just before Golden Valley Road. We've got a car that is catching on fire, center divider, and it's LA County Fire Department on the way there. The more we learn about COVID-19, the more questions and worries we have. CalHope can help with free COVID-19 emotional support. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today. Next report at 3:25 with more reports more often from the Toyota of Glendora.com Traffic Center. KNX News 97.1 FM. Temperatures on the rise across our area to start the work week, and those Santa winds will continue impacting us, especially in our mountains this evening. Temperatures topping out in the upper 60s and low 70s for the beaches, LA, Inland, Orange County, and the valleys. The Inland Empire will be in the mid-60s, low 60s in the high desert, and mid-30s in the mountains. The heat really kicks in by this weekend when temperatures will be nearing 80 degrees for some of our valleys. With Southern California's most accurate and dependable forecast, I'm CBS 2's Olga Ospina for KNX News 97.1 FM.
American Vision Windows, temp 65 downtown LA, 73 in Fullerton, 68 in Riverside.
It's 3:17
A possible snag in a lawsuit filed by the family of Bill Paxton against Cedars-Sinai and others who treated the actor just before his death in 2017. The case is scheduled to go to trial in LA in September, but the judge wants the point of contention ironed out far before then. He's asking for a briefing on the HIPAA privacy regulations as it pertains to other unrelated patients of the physician who was in charge of Paxton's heart surgery. The actor died of a stroke 11 days after the operation at the age of 61. Last month, Paxton's family agreed to $1 million settlement with the medical group that employs the anesthesiologist who was on duty during the procedure.
Scientists say there are similarities among communities that have the highest smoking rates. Here's Bradley Blackburn.
New research finds smoking in underserved communities is nearly double the U.S. national rate. A study in the journal Cancer gathered data through health centers serving people experiencing homelessness, as well as agricultural workers and residents of public housing. The findings also showed that among those who currently smoked, more than half had depression.
Researchers say the data highlights the need for targeted smoking prevention programs in disadvantaged communities.
Huge wildfires are spreading across a portion of northern Florida. CBS News correspondent Jim Krasula reports.
Strong winds are stoking a rash of wildfires across Florida's panhandle that ignited in the thickets of dead vegetation left in the wake of Hurricane Michael in 2018. Hundreds have been forced from their homes, along with residents of a nursing home that is threatened by flames east of Panama City.
No deaths or injuries reported.
CHP far behind the other law enforcement agencies in getting the officers to wear body cameras. 3%, that's the number, equipped with them. Barada Lyons of Cal Matters says the CHP launched a pilot program 7 years ago and has done nothing more since.
The state hasn't really addressed the issue any further. They haven't said, it's too expensive or not. I did speak with one legislator who said, frankly, we've dropped the ball and we're going to pick it back up.
We've got cameras in Stockton and Oakland, and that's it. Agency uses dash cam video in controversial cases. That's often grainy, it's bad quality. By contrast, 3/4 of the LAPD officers, they now have the body cams. 3:20, let's check your money. And here's Tracy Jockey.
So much for the stock market records of the past 12 months. The Dow and NASDAQ have slipped all the way back to their March 2021 levels. The Dow, after falling 797 points, NASDAQ down 482, the S&P down 128. Among the reasons for dropping stock prices, rising food and fuel prices. Food industry analysts are saying the entire grocery store could be impacted as Russia continues its attack. Ukraine, a major producer of corn, the sunflowers used to make cooking oils, and wheat. The price of wheat reached a new high today.
チューリップね、咲いてなかったんですよね、まだ。 すごいっすよね。でも、桜の方が先でしたっけ、チューリップより。なんかチューリップの方が桜より。チューリップの方が後でしたっけ。場所にもよりますか。そうですね、場所にもよる。
The nation's high court makes a decision about hearing the case against Bill Cosby. Details 2 minutes away. It's 3:21. Russian troops attacked Europe's largest nuclear power plant overnight. Gas prices jumped overnight to $5.15.
Only one station in the military says its defense systems intercepted at least 2 Russian
units throughout the day. The home prices are going to keep on rising. KNX News, 97.1 FM.
Everything you need, every time you listen. Do you check your Google search results regularly? You should. People often get their first impression of you or your business online. Negative comments on the internet can impact your life and your livelihood. Take control of your online reputation. Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com. It may reveal negative posts from an ex-employee, upset patient or client, news article, legal issue, or even expose personal information right there in your Google search results. Uncover what's lurking on the internet about you with reputationdefender.com's patented scan and get your free reputation report card. Or for immediate assistance with your reputation, call 800-620-5898. Our cutting-edge technology helps make your Google search results look their best.
Call 800-620-5898. That's 800-620-5898. 800-620-5898. Or take the free scan at reputationdefender.com.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, get ready to pay up. The IRS has an army of tax collectors to track you down. They are relentless. Don't wait until it's too late. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima works to stop the aggressive collection actions and fights to get you the best deal possible. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Call Optima now for your free consultation.
Call 800-966-3144. 800-966-3144.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Toyota of Ventura, where the T10 and 57 freeways meet and the customer service can't be beat.
Fires slowing things down on the 14 in Santa Clarita, also updating
桜の方が先なんでしょうね、きっとね。はい、ただ単にチューリップってなんかもっと早く気はしたけど、そうでもないのかもしれないですね。場所にもよるんだろうけど。
CBS News legal analyst Jessica Levinson explaining why the conviction was overturned and what happened today at the High Court.
昔ね、4月の第3週にワシントン州って言って、シアトルマリナーズのね、イチロー選手がいたとこ、あそこにバケーションで行ったんですけど、で、イチロー選手のマリナーズの試合も見たんですけどね、その時に、その州のシアトルのね、ちょっと上ずっと上がってたところに、ある町が、チューリップがすっごい有名な町があるんですけど、そこにね、チューリップ畑見に行ったんですよね。5月に見た。いや、それでね、俺、4月の第3週に行った時に、チューリップ畑に行ったんですよ、見にね。そしたら、一面、もう全部真緑なんですよね。それで、あれってこれこんなはずじゃないけどって言って、真緑なんですよ。どこにチューリップあるのって言って。で、車止めて作業してる人のところにね、ちょっとチカチカチカって言って聞いたんですよね。チューリップどこ月曜日にもう全部トップオフしたって言うんですよ。2日違いでね、もう最後のやつ全部トップオフしたって。だからもう、その前の週ぐらいまでに全部出荷しちゃったって言うんですよね、もうね。切り花のチューリップみたいなんですけどね。それで、花が開いてからじゃ遅いじゃないですか、いうのはね。だからもう、咲く寸前っていうところで出すんでしょうけどね。行ったらもう、で、なんでね、その畑に植わってるその緑をよく見ると、本当にね、枝のところから切ってあるんですよ、全部。2日違いでね、見れなかったっていうね。ちょっと残念な思いあるんですけどね。まあ、なんせね、全米に出荷してる規模のチューリップ畑だから、まあ、それはってぐらいね、広大な土地なんですけど、写真見ただけで終わりました。一箇所だけ、バスケットボールのコートぐらいの大きさですかね。いろんな虹色で、いろんなチューリップをね、こう虹色っていうか、しましまに置いてたけど。はいはいはいはい。了解です。切り替えますね。そうなんですよ。それでね、2日違いで見れなかったんで、1箇所だけそのバスケットコートぐらいの大きさで作ってあるとこは見れたんですけど。
The city of LA still has vaccination mandates on businesses. It's one of the class local government agencies with them more 3 minutes. It's 3:27.
Dental appointments coming up. You're already starting to worry because you really don't like to go. You've put it off for years, but you know the work needs to be done because it's just going to end up getting worse. That doesn't magically fix itself one day.
いやー、しかし暇っすね。
There's like 35 million Americans with some level of dental anxiety. So if you don't want to go in, but you know you have to, where do we go to make this
暇っ
easy as
す
possible? We
ね。
go to Cunning Dental because they specialize in, basically people with the anxiety, people who need major work from years of neglect. So it's an expert team that soothes all your fears. They're very, very good at this. And then here's the extra step that makes it a whole lot easier. They do the work while you sleep. So gentle twilight sleep, full anesthesia. You're completely out. Either way, they make that possible. And anything you need, they can do it while you sleep. So implants, crowns, root canals, the full smile makeovers, the teeth in just one day that I talked about. Years of neglect gone, repaired in just 1 or 2 appointments. And again, you're just waking up to the new smile. So your only job is to drive over there and hop in the chair, take a nap, and then they fix what you need fixed. And right now it's $1,500 off major treatments. Also free exam, x-rays, and CT scan. Expires April 30th. Restrictions apply. 53 years they've been doing this. 855-2Cunning at cunningdental.com. 855-2Cunning. 855-2Cunning. Cunning Dental making smiles great since 1968.
Did you know that in
そう
the
っすよ
last
ね。
year alone, 35% of the food supply went
この
unsold
時期だ
or
け
unusual
5
in the
月
U.S.? Did you
5月
also
ぐらい
know
までで
that
すか。
Imperfect Foods, a grocery delivery service, is working to turn this around by sourcing foods that would otherwise fall through the cracks of our food system? It's time to embrace the natural imperfections and get our groceries delivered weekly by Imperfect Foods. Sign up today. Use the code JOY20 and get 20% off your
なん
first
か
order.
CD が
That's
変なこと言って
JOY20 at imperfectfoods.com.
はっちゃん桜では仕事に行く
お
準備しますね。
はいはい。
お邪魔しました。
はい。
この後もご安全にバイバイ。
どうもどうも。ありがとうございます。お気をつけていってらっしゃい。何時だっけ ?8 時半か。はい。
This is KNX News 97.1 FM, Southern California's only 24-hour local news and traffic station. I'm Mike Simpson.
And I'm Karen Adams. Our top local story at 3:30. The city of LA is the last local government agency imposing vaccination mandates on an enormous number of business operators.
It is a rule, but a rule that's not being enforced in the city of Los Angeles. Still, technically, LA is requiring restaurants, gyms, and similar businesses to ask their customers for proof of their COVID vaccination.
A lot of what we've done throughout the pandemic has been trying to balance politics with public health. It's difficult to place it on restaurant owners and other shopkeepers to be responsible for enforcing public health regulations.
That's UCLA epidemiologist Dr. Timothy Brewer. He tells KNX that he supports public health rules, whether from the county or from the city, but does question the value of them as it's symbolic. A rule without teeth. Craig Figner, KNX News 97.1 FM.
LA's city attorney sues Monsanto and 2 related companies for allegedly polluting the city's waterways.
The lawsuit seeks 2 things:
Damages to compensate the city for all the expenses that the city has incurred to grapple with PCB contamination to date, and it seeks an abatement order. It would require Monsanto to provide us with the resources we need moving forward to abate this nuisance.
City Attorney Mike Fewer says for decades Monsanto manufactured, distributed, and marketed the sale of PCBs, a group of industrial chemicals, and allegedly made misleading claims about their safety.
PCBs are not safe. They continue to drain into many waters here in Los Angeles.
He cited a number of waterways, including LA Harbor, Dominguez Channel, Echo Park Lake, Marina Del Rey, and the Santa Monica Bay, where PCBs have leached or been dumped or otherwise exist. PCBs were banned in 1979, but Fewer says they do not break down. Margaret Carrero,
lawsuit has said in a statement they believe it's without merit, noting that Monsanto never manufactured, used, disposed PCBs into LA's waters, and therefore should not be held liable for the contamination alleged by the city.
A daylight burglary attempt shakes some neighbors in North Hollywood. The suspects tried a different tactic to get into the home.
Two men came up to the front door of a home on Babcock Street. Detectives believe they had a package stolen from the trunk of a homeowner's Tesla that was in the parking lot of a business nearby. They tried to pass themselves off as Amazon drivers. When the door was open, found themselves confronting a man and a dog. After a scuffle, they ran off and got away in a car they parked nearby. Jessica has lived on the street for 2 years and was startled as she heard the details of the failed break-in.
It's terrifying, just to hear that they found something in this person's car and then used that to find their home address to be able to break in.
Detectives say no one was hurt. The homeowner described the two men as either Hispanic or Armenian who were fully masked up. There are a number of security cameras around the home and inside as well that'll have images of the suspects in the car they drove off in. In North Hollywood, Pete Demetrio, KNX News, 97.1 FM, 333. The latest from the French humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. Daily Russian forces intensifying their shelling, food, water, heat, medicine. They're getting increasingly scarce.
Russia's military is using more and more long-range missiles and shells that are less accurate in its invasion of Ukraine. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby believes the Russians are getting frustrated that major cities have not been brought under control. In the north, we do not see them have any control over Kyiv. Kharkiv, there's still a lot of heavy fighting outside. And then in that town to the northeast of Kyiv called Cherniv, they still are attempting to encircle the city, but they have not taken it yet. That region is about to enter a 13th day of war, and nearly 2 million Ukrainians have been able to flee to safety. This woman says in Kyiv, where she lived, nothing was available to her. I've been continuing, and I decided to escape because it's really dangerous. No bread, no milk, no eggs, no nothing. It's terrible. Stocks fell again today, following 4 straight weeks of declines. The Dow lost nearly 800 points, or 0.37%. The Nasdaq lost 482. I'm at Piper. Santa Barbara-based Direct Relief tells KNX urgently needed medical supplies have been getting into Ukraine with the help of Ukraine's Ministry of Health. However, spokesman Dan Hovey says the indiscriminate bombing by Russians has made it harder to get those supplies to eastern and southern areas of Ukraine.
There's an acute critical need right now that thousands of Ukrainian soldiers that have been here we're trying to provide as much aid as we possibly can to each Ukraine while that channel still exists.
He says with 12,000 diabetic children in Ukraine, there's an urgent need for insulin as well as chemo drugs for cancer patients. A shooting outside a school in Iowa leaves a teen dead. We'll have the details after traffic. It's 3:35.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 5s. Here's today's fault network.
We found a vehicle on fire at 210. This is on the westbound side at Mission Linda, where lanes are blocked on the right side of the road. We may have 3 lanes blocked on the right side of the road, and you do have a big, hefty backup forming on that 210 coming up on Mission Linda. Looks like it is slow from about Myrtle, almost from Myrtle. Again, sick alert for the 210 westbound near Mission Linda because of a vehicle fire. We also have a sick alert with that multi-car injured crash in Orange County. Let's check in with Brian, 405 Fountain Valley Jam Cam.
It's our southbound side just as you pass Brookhurst. Carpool, 2 left lanes are what's blocked here for at least 30 minutes. A lot of activity on Brookway too, so you're definitely, for your southbound drive, you're going to be on those brakes from Beach Boulevard, pretty much jammed. You can see this and you're slowing down, and that's got you slow all the way back from the 73. Denise?
We've got a new wreck on the 605. It's on your northbound drive. It's just south of Washington. We've got 4 cars involved in this one, and the carpool lane is tied up. Everybody out of their cars, so be careful when walking around in that carpool. And then on the 105, if you're on the eastbound side, at the Long Beach Boulevard on-ramp, we've got a pickup truck and a car in a wreck there. If you spot traffic trouble, give us a call. The KNX Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line, 323-467-1070. Next report, 345, with more reports more often from the Toyota of Glendora.com traffic center. KNX News, 97.1 FM.
Sunshine and some wind, 60s and 70s, and a little bit warmer each day through at least the middle of the week, so more of the 70s as we go into tomorrow. And then we'll drop down, looks like Thursday and Friday, but 5-day forecast, 345. We'll tell you more. 61, Santa Monica 74, Santa Ana, Chatsworth 68 degrees.
It's 3:37. One teen is dead. Two others are in critical condition following a shooting outside a high school in Des Moines, Iowa. More than one suspect has been detained. Investigators believe the bullets were fired from a passing vehicle outside the school. The motive for the attacks not clear. A police sergeant calls the rampage a punch in the gut to the community.
LA City Attorney Mike Fuhrer responding to accusations of perjury. These allegations made by a former DWP attorney who's agreed to plead guilty to accepting a $2 million illegal kickback. The claims have to do with a scandal involving the disastrous rollouts of the new DWP billing system in 2013. Fuhrer calls the allegations a complete fabrication.
There isn't anything remotely accurate about any of those allegations. They're ridiculous. They are absurd. They should be given the back of the hand from a self-confessed felon.
The city hired a lawyer who's making the accusations against Fuhrer to oversee litigation caused by the billing problem. But the same lawyer had been hired by a DWP ratepayer, which is an illegal conflict of interest.
There are things you can do to get as many miles as possible from that expensive fill-up.
Getting more bang for your fuel buck doesn't have to be all that complicated.
Our tests show that there are a number of small steps that drivers can make to try and save fuel.
Jeff Bartlett is the managing auto editor at Consumer Reports.
They range from monitoring the inflation on your tires, make sure it's what the manufacturer recommends, to making sure you're not carrying around roof racks with nothing in them. Aerodynamics plays a big factor in fuel economy, so you want to make sure you're maximizing your aero efficiency.
And Bartlett says the number one way to get more miles to the gallon is to simply obey the speed limit, especially when it comes to highway driving. Chris Seaton's KNX News 97.1 FM.
Gas expensive enough. A lot of people pay more than they need to, though. They're pumping premium.
Most cars take regular.
70% of U.S. drivers currently own a vehicle that require only regular gasoline.
AAA's Megan McKernan says there are misconceptions by some drivers,
Thinking that premium means it's better fuel, but it's not. It's just a higher octane.
She says for some people, buying premium is extra money down the drain.
Your vehicle is set up to only run on regular fuel. That higher octane is doing great.
McKernan says look at your car's manual. Unless it says premium required, and that's the key word, not recommended, but required, then regular is enough. In recent studies, she says drivers in the U.S. spend more than $2 billion a year on premium gas they didn't need. Vicky Ward, KNX News 97.1 FM. Lower speed limits are coming to L.A.
Los Angeles Department of Transportation identified streets in Los Angeles where we could lower the speed limits.
Mayor Eric Garcetti signs the legislation passed by the Los Angeles City Council to lower the speed limit of 177 city streets by 5 miles an hour.
And too often, every single day in our city and across our state, we lose too many people or see too many people becoming injured.
The Transportation Department says people who live and experience the consequences near fast streets are the experts they've been listening to. They say the chances of surviving a hit are slim with any speed above 40 miles an hour. This is part of the Slower Streets movement and Vision Zero.
Vision Zero really is that guiding post for all of us to get to a place where we have zero deaths.
This comes after the state passed AB 43, giving cities the power they didn't have before to lower limits. Natalie Tavidian, KNX News 97.1 FM.
Grocery workers in Southern California close to authorizing a strike. We'll have the details after traffic when we check the roads at 345, including a SIG alert on the 210 West in Arcadia. It's 341. Did you know that in the last year alone, 35% of the food supply went unsold or uneaten in the U.S.? Did you also know that Imperfect Foods, a grocery delivery service, is working to turn this around by sourcing foods that would otherwise fall through the cracks of our food system? It's time to embrace the natural imperfections and get our groceries delivered weekly by Imperfect Foods. Sign up today. Use the code JOY20 and get 20% off your first 4 orders. That's JOY20 at imperfectfoods.com.
Your home equity. It could be an untapped opportunity instead of an untouchable asset. Introducing HomeTap. HomeTap is an investor, not a lender. They give you cash in exchange for a share of your home's future value. Use it to pay off debt, make renovations, fund a business, or just live a better life. There's no interest or monthly payments to worry about. HomeTap. Get more from home ownership. Get more from life. Subject to eligibility, terms and conditions apply. Visit HomeTap.com to apply in minutes. That's HomeTap.com.
Small businesses who switch to Spectrum Business can cut their internet and phone bill in half.
Spectrum Business can cut my bill in half.
It's true. You're overpaying and we can prove it. Grab your bill and visit spectrum.com/business calculator. In just 3 easy steps, you'll see your savings.
Wow, I can save over $1,500.
That's real savings. See for yourself. Visit spectrum.com/business calculator and make the switch today. Restrictions apply. Don't settle for slow internet or pay through the nose. Get super fast, reliable CenturyLink fiber internet up to 940 meg for $65 a month. And installation. Blazing fast internet speeds let you stream entire seasons, work from home, or game with virtually no lag. Take your online experience to the next level. Go to CenturyLink.com to learn more and order. Service offer and speed may not be available in your area. For residential customers only. Additional taxes, fees, and surcharges apply. Paperless billing or prepay required. Rates subject to change. Restrictions apply.
Millones de estadounidenses se ven afectados por tarjetas de crédito con intereses altos. Con Upstart.com es fácil consolidar cualquier tipo de deuda por medio de un préstamo personal. Consulta su tasa para un préstamo de $20,000 y $50,000. Solo lleva unos minutos y no afecta su puntaje crediticio. Además, puede obtener sus fondos en tan solo un día hábil. Así que visite Upstart.com para ver cuánto puede ahorrar. Eso es upstart.com. El monto del préstamo se determinará en función de su crédito, sus ingresos y otros datos facilitados en su solicitud de préstamo.
30 years ago, in the Brooklyn neighborhood of Crown Heights, a car accident set off 4 days of unrest. 2 people died. I'm Collier Meyerson, and my new show, Love Thy Neighbor, explores what came to be known as the Crown Heights riot. It's a story about New York's first black mayor, the rise of Rudy Giuliani, and the Lubavitch Jewish and Caribbean communities sitting at the center of it all. You can listen to new episodes of Love Thy Neighbor every week wherever you listen, or you can binge the entire series exclusively on Odyssey.
There are all kinds of smart speakers and connected devices.
No matter what device you have, Odyssey is something you'll love.
Blast your favorite music on home entertainment devices like Roku, Chromecast, Sonos, and more.
Just look for the Odyssey app.
Want to access more stations through your car?
Try out Odyssey with Waze or Apple CarPlay. Plus, listen to your favorite stations on your phone with the Odyssey app.
Listen.
place. In North Hollywood, Pete Demetrio, KNX News 97.1 FM. A couple armed suspects barricaded inside a building in Commerce surrounding homes evacuated for caution. Authorities tried to negotiate. Sheriff's officials say deputies called about 2300 block of Atlantic near the 60. Sheriff's Department, Special Enforcement Bureau, and the negotiation team, they are on the scene.
The FBI hunting for a robber who's linked to at least 8 jobs in Orange County. The man the FBI is looking for was caught on camera robbing banks in Costa Mesa, Huntington Beach, and Fullerton. He's seen wearing sunglasses, a ball cap, and a mask, and every time in the same black and white shoes. They're calling him the black and white sneaker bandit.
When he robs the bank, he uses a note, passes a note demanding cash, and also indicates in the note that there are armed individuals inside the bank and outside the bank, presumably helping him, and that will, says this to, we believe, to intimidate the bank teller to give him money.
That's Laura Eimiller with the FBI. She says they haven't seen others with him, though.
He does actually threaten weapons. No weapons seen.
1 week ago, the FBI arrested a man connected to another 12 bank robberies all around the same time. He was connected to banks in both LA and Orange County. Natalie Tavidian, KNX News 97.1 FM.
Police hunting for a gunman who killed a man outside a strip club in North Hills. They say this was just around 2 a.m. A dispute over a parking space may have prompted an argument, ended with the gunfire. The victim apparently was waiting outside the club to pick up his girlfriend when the dispute happens.
Tomorrow, the LA Police Commission will review a report requested by the City Council on all shootings by LAPD officers in 2021, a year that saw the highest number of shootings since 2017. The Council has requested an overview of all 2021 LAPD shootings, along with the status and timeline of the investigations into them, as well as the findings of non-compliance with the Department's use of force policy. The request followed the December 23rd shooting of a 14-year-old who was fatally struck by an LAPD bullet as officers pursued an assault suspect inside a Burlington store in North Hollywood.
Still to come, our crypto segments. We do this on Monday afternoon, so we're going to talk a little bit more about Ukraine. It's helping some people there kind of order aid supplies so they can hopefully get those into the country. And then, the Russian oligarchs, are they trying to move their money around? We've seen them moving their yachts around, so they're also trying to move the cash, and some of it might be going into crypto. So we'll talk about that. So we did talk, of course, about Ukraine again and the Russian invasion on KNX in depth earlier today. We were able to be with a reporter there, and we had a Ukrainian woman who has fled to 4 different places now, her home, and then to her parents, and then she keeps on moving west each time these bombs start falling. But she says she's staying in the country. She's going to do everything she can to help. They're making nets, the camouflage nets, to try and cover up the tanks. She's assuming boyfriend are staying to try and help the efforts there. So we talked to her on KNX in depth today. The repeat is 8 o'clock tonight. The podcast is on the Odyssey.
And we're checking those roads again at 4:15, including a signal alert on the 210 in Arcadia because of the crane fire there. Also, there's a signal alert on the 91 in Anaheim Hills. Traffic less than 4 minutes away. It's 40 left.
Get premium priority for every Lakers game and Clippers game at Crypto.com Arena. With a premium membership, you'll be the first to get access to premier seats, single event suites, or own a suite for the entire season. To get premium priority, visit CryptoArena.com/premium.
Do you have coins, jewelry, or precious metals and are looking to sell for top dollar? Sil DeGenova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by beating his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that's been an heirloom in my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Tangible Investments and they offered me over $6,000. That store is absolutely awesome.
Stories like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals, jewelry, and collectibles, and why Sil has been featured on CNBC and quoted on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible Investments has bought billions in collectibles. That's billions with a B. Right now, demand is through the roof. Sil encourages all his clients to shop the competition and then call him last. You'll be amazed at the difference. Guaranteed. Call now for an absolutely free, professional, no-obligation appraisal. 800-885-1400. 800-885-1400. 800-885-1400.
Plan your future with a master's degree in accountancy from Cal Poly Pomona. The master's in accountancy prepares students for a career as a certified public accountant and other areas of accounting. Earn your master's degree in accountancy in as little as 1 year in our accelerated program. To learn more, visit www.ceu.edu or call 909-869-2393.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents.
Check it out. A roadside
Here's what the course is changing right before your eyes. Experts on your side. That's what Dell Technology provides you. They have the Windows PC and capabilities you need to help you get out in front and stay ahead of the game. Call an advisor today at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. A start to a simpler experience with Windows 11 Pro.
What if I told you your home movies are already past their prime? It's true. The magnetic tape used in VHS and camcorder tapes only lasts between 10 to 20 years, which means your baby's first steps, weddings, and family vacations are fading away as we speak. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box stops this fading process in its tracks. And by preserving your recordings, they're safe forever. Legacy Box is simply the best way to preserve your past, which is why they've been trusted by over 1 million families. Your memories are meant to be shared, not chewed up by the VCR or worn away with time. For a limited time, you can convert your tapes to digital for just $9 a tape. There's never been a better time to convert your entire collection. That includes film reels and photos too. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to unlock our $9 offer. Legacybox.com/value. KNX News is now 97.1 FM.
Making you a #1 preset.
The news hasn't ever been clearer.
Southern California's only 24-hour local news and traffic station.
KNX News, 97.1 FM. Depend on us.
I'm Mike Simpson.
And I'm Karen Adams. Coming up on KNX News, 97.1 FM.
The crypto markets, the impact on the war in Ukraine.
Is the city of LA going to follow the county when it comes to COVID mandates?
These stories coming up next 15 minutes right now. 4:15. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 5s. Brought to you by your Southern California BMW centers. Denise Fonda.
We've got a SIG alert on the 210. This is in Arcadia on the 210 westbound side. And it is a crane that caught fire. It happened about an hour ago now on that 210 westbound. And we've got a backup on the 210 west that starts at about Mountain. You really want to get onto Foothill Boulevard and take that so you can make your way around this mess on the 210 westbound, which is started a little bit before Michelinda. And when I tell you that there's an injury crash on the 134 drive headed east just before Forest Lawn, a couple of cars involved in this one, and we did have the lanes blocked. I believe there's a truck involved as well. We had a couple of lanes blocked on the right side of the roadway. Let's head for a SIG alert update. 91 Anaheim Hills with Brian Jamcamp.
This is a big rig as well, but it's partially jackknife blocking your 2 right lanes. This is the East 91, right at Weir Canyon, North Belinda Boulevard, kind of like a worse spot for this time of the afternoon. The backup on the main line extends back to Imperial. Pretty solid. The fast track, we're going to use those. Denise, they're still pretty slow off the 55.
We're going to head right to Scott now, and Scott Burns, get a check of what's happening with your 101 Hollywood Freeway. Scott to the Southern California Toyota dealers. Scott, one, three, And on the 14 in Santa Clarita southbound side, this is just before Via Princesa. We've got an entry crash reported. Truck and a couple of cars in this one. Car full left were blocked, and also the far right lane. So you do have a backup there on that southbound side. With its iconic handling and cutting-edge sophistication and a range of up to 324 miles. The BMW i4 is 100% electric and 100% BMW. Build your own first ever all-electric BMW i4 today at SoCalBMW.com. Next report, 425. With more reports more often on the Toyota of Glendora.com Traffic Center, KNX News, 97.1 FM.
Today, sunshine and 60s and 70s. Warming up over the next couple of days. So more of the 70s. Your American Vision Windows temp, 67 in Chatsworth, 69 in Long Beach, and 68 degrees in Corona. 417, getting answers about crypto each Monday afternoon. Laura Shin back with us, author of the Cryptopians, Idealism, Greed, Lies, and Maybe the First Big Cryptocurrency Craze. Also host of the Unshamed podcast.
Laura, good afternoon. Regarding sanctions on Russia over its invasion, could crypto be a method for Russian oligarchs and others to move money and get around the sanctions, or is that simply just too much money to move?
So
total market capitalization of all but one digital asset, and between 5 and 10 times the total daily traded volume of all digital assets. And Politico did also come out with an article a week or so ago where they said that most officials in the administration are just really not concerned that crypto would be a serious way to evade sanctions simply because of the fact that, you know, the amount of money that they would need to move is not something that would be possible to do in crypto without moving markets and being very visible about it.
Yeah, so in other words, we would definitely notice. We would see it,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, on the other side of this, we were talking last week about, you know, people donating, even in Ukraine on Twitter said, hey, here's the digital wallets to send us donations to. And one of the questions that was raised was, you know, how fast can you turn it around and get stuff that you need? But apparently it is helping some people at least get some money in and buy the stuff that they need to put up the fight there.
From my perspective, this is actually what is really historic about this moment for crypto intersecting with history. You know, just to have a government at all tweet addresses and saying, send your Bitcoin, Ether, Tether, and now Polkadot or Dot to us here at these addresses. I mean, that alone is just such a milestone and so fascinating to see. But now we also see that the Ukrainian government is using what's called a multi-sig, where they have 5 approved signers, and any 3 of them can be used to transact. And what they are using with those funds, and as far as I understand, the latest figure I heard is that they've raised $60 million this way. And I did see the other day, I think one of the Ukrainian officials said that it is primarily from small donations that they're receiving this money. But what they're using the money for is to purchase non-lethal equipment. CoinDesk reports for military purposes such as bulletproof vests, night vision goggles, military-grade food rations, and medical equipment such as tourniquets. So, just the fact that they're sort of crowdsourcing or crowdfunding this effort is really remarkable.
Now, how are U.S. crypto markets dealing with the sanctions? You know, the value of the Russian ruble is continuing to fall. How is it affecting the U.S. crypto market?
So, the Ukrainian government did request that some of the exchanges try to block Russian accounts, and the exchanges have pushed back and said that they will definitely follow the law and block any sanctioned accounts, but they will not just, in a sweeping gesture, block all Russian accounts. However, by the same token, Coinbase today did announce that they were able to identify 25,000 addresses related to Russian individuals that they decided to block, although they said that actually they had identified these addresses as being ones that, probably needed to be blocked ahead of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So I'm not sure how close that is, related, but the timing, of course, is sort of uncanny. But I did also see, in terms of the crypto ruble trading, that yes, so the trading pair there is seeing a lot of activity, but some of the analysis is that these aren't kind of like the Russian oligarchs that are turning to Bitcoin, but it's small wallet holders, where the wallets have small amounts of Bitcoin that are turning to Bitcoin. So it seems that within Russia, it is more everyday people rather than kind of the elite.
Making the first big cryptocurrency craze, and then the podcast is supposed to be unchanged podcast. Laura, thanks. So crypto is focused this time tomorrow. The tips from Consumer Reports about how not to get ripped off. Dow is down 797 points. Nasdaq down 482. S&P down 127.
Checking those rows again in 2 minutes. We're back at 5 for 210 Arcadia in Arcadia. Signal there to bring up Hi, Jennifer Yorkshire. Take a look at your life. Surface rate Visit westmedical.com today.
I feel incredible because I called 1-800-WEST-MEDICAL. This is Jacob Emrani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
It's 424, traffic coming up in just a minute. The major union representing tens of thousands of supermarkets employees in Southern California could soon ask its members if they want to authorize a strike.
The labor contract for
Ay,
union
kaya
workers at Ralph's, Albertsons, Vons, Food for Less, Gelson's, Stater Brothers expired at midnight. Kroger is the parent company of Ralph's and Food for Less, and in a statement says it does want to reach a deal and says its average hourly wage at Ralph's is $18.90 above industry standards. But one union member who's a part of the bargaining team tells KNX News they are still far apart on money.
We're fighting to get like a $5 an hour increase. People are really struggling.
That is Rachel Fournier, also a Ralph's cashier. The $5 an hour pay increase would be over 3 years, $2 in year one, and then $1.50 each of the last 2 years of the deal. Craig Figner, KNX News, 97.1 FM.
Will the city of LA be dropping its vaccine mandates for businesses? If so, when? More at the bottom of the hour. It's 425.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 5s. Brought to you by the Auto Club of Southern California. Denise Fondo.
Got a SIG alert on the 210 in Arcadia. Let's head to Scott for an update. He's over at the Southern California Toyota dealers. Sky One.
Yeah, with a bad backup here, it was a crane, a piece of construction equipment that caught on fire. The fire out, but 210 westbound at Rosemead, Mitchell-Linda, the right lane is blocked, and it's definitely, not only with that lane being blocked, it's kind of a visual distraction as well, and it is jammed pretty much from the 605. But he'll help you out to try to get on anywhere west of Rosemead, Mitchell-Linda, and eastbound, that's going to be a spectator backup here, immediate slowdown starting right around Lake. And some issues on the 91 through the Anaheim Hills area, the jam cam with Brian.
That issue was a signaler. We're going to cancel this. 91 East, right as you come up to Weir Canyon, had a jackknife big rig blocking right lanes. That's gone. It's out of your way. Back up is still a real issue. Main line loads up at Imperial, and that fast track extra tough now from the 55. Denise.
Our injured crash on the 14 southbound via Princessa is still there. Looks like LA County Fire Department was on scene with this along with CHP. CHP was planning to run a break. They've got to get some debris out of the roadway, so it looks like they did get the cars out of the road. On the 405 in West LA, southbound side, right at Santa Monica Boulevard, a new problem reported here, and it may be some debris in the road. CHP is on the way to see what they can do. It's a ladder reported out in a couple of the middle lanes. Looking to save money on auto insurance? You know, it's easy. You can get your free quote at AAA.com/insurance. You can save even more when you bundle your homeowner's or renter's policy too. Visit AAA.com/insurance today for your free AAA full picture quote. Next report at 4:35 with more reports more often from the Toyota of Glendora.com traffic center. KNX News 97.1 FM.
A little bit warmer tomorrow, so more of the 70s.
We'll have an update on the invasion of Ukraine coming up in 3 minutes. It's 427.
Hey guys, it's Brian Douglas. I'm here with the one and only Aaron, the founder of California Deluxe Windows, the premier company for windows and doors. Thank you for having me. Aaron, great to have you. I know at California Deluxe Windows, you actually make custom windows and doors right here in Los Angeles. It is true. And with all the recent news about the supply chain issues at Long Beach and the LA ports, you're in a great position to actually help people who need windows. Yep, you're certainly right. A lot of companies get their windows shipped from all over the globe, even from overseas. But many of the ships are stranded in the ocean waiting for their turn to be unloaded. That means if you order from them, you risk higher prices and longer wait times. That sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, if I would be one of their customers, I would probably jump in the ocean and get my windows from the ship myself. Yeah, you know what? Good thing your customers won't need to do that. No, they won't, because California Deluxe Windows don't come through the ports. They come off the 405 or 101. We design, manufacture, and install all our own products, which means you will get fantastic windows at an affordable price. Not to mention expert installation. Exactly. Our installation technique is so precise. We do not break your stucco. Your house can be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one. That is the perfect visual. And I hear you're offering a special deal for our listeners as well. So pick up your phone right now. Aaron's going to give you 20% off your entire project and 18 months of 0% financing. But you have to call right now. So listen, folks, if you're looking for beautiful custom windows and doors made right here in LA, call California Deluxe Windows at 800-843-1400. That's 800-843-1400. Again, 800-843-1400.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774-518.
The University of Laverne, rated first in California for alumni satisfaction. Learn more about accelerated programs offered online and on campus in Laverne, Irvine, Ontario, Burbank, or College of the Canyons. Visit go.laverne.edu.
My sign is a potential customer's first impression, so it needs to be perfect. It's possible at Staples.
There are 4 other bakeries within 5 blocks of here. My shop needs to stand out.
Also possible. With Staples print and marketing services, small businesses can print big with wide format signs and banners. Right now, get $10 off custom printed signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. Create your sign at Staples, the working and learning store. N326. Visit staples.com/signage for details.
This is KNX News 97.1 FM, Southern California's only 24-hour local news and traffic station. I'm Mike Simpson.
And I'm Karen Adams. Our top local story at 4:30. One local government continues to stand by its vaccination mandates, and at the same time, some public health experts are questioning their real-world value.
By the letter of local law for the city of Los Angeles, they're still requiring restaurants, theaters, gyms to ask their customers to prove their vax.
There are over 800 people right now in LA County hospitals with COVID-19. We're still averaging about 10 deaths a day.
That is Dr. Timothy Brewer talking with KNX News. He's a UCLA epidemiologist at the Fielding School of Public Health.
These are really difficult to enforce. We're often trying to phrase it as a public health response when in fact it's being driven by politics.
Los Angeles County health officials have lifted many of their mask mandates and are presently not requiring bars, nightclubs to ask their customers for proof of vaccination. Craig Figner, KNX News, 97.1 FM.
LA's city attorney going after Monsanto. 2 related companies also filing a lawsuit accuses them with contaminating waterways in the area.
According to the complaint, PCBs contaminate many bodies of water in and around Los Angeles, including LA Harbor, Ballona Creek, and Santa Monica Bay, and continue to drain into waterways through the city's stormwater system, even though the industrial chemicals were banned in the late 1970s.
They can cause cancer, liver, thyroid, and ocular changes, neurodevelopmental changes.
LA City Attorney Mike Feuer says Monsanto manufactured, distributed, and marketed the sale of PCBs, and they allege Monsanto knew they were highly toxic.
And yet failed to warn. It never advised the city or residents or companies that were purchasing PCB-laden products that these were toxic and contaminate our waterways and our stormwater.
The lawsuit seeks damages and an order requiring Monsanto to provide the city with the resources needed moving forward to reduce the nuisance. LA County sued the company a few years ago. Margaret Carrero, KNX News, 97.1 FM.
The company issued a statement saying in parts they're reviewing the lawsuit. They'll respond in greater detail at an appropriate time, but they do believe it is without merit.
Now, the latest in the big story that the entire world is watching. U.S. military officials have provided an update on Russia's invasion of Ukraine on this 13th day of war. We have in-depth team coverage.
Russia has committed nearly all of its combat power stationed along the border into Ukraine, the Pentagon says. Russian forces, though, have not made any noteworthy progress in the last few days. With John Kirby, but he says people are still trying to flee certain regions.
Mariupol is a violent place to be right now. This is another location for long-range fires and bombardment. We've heard the mayor himself talk about power outages and water supply problems.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, meantime, has just put out a video on Facebook where he says he is not leaving Kyiv. I don't hide and I'm not afraid of anyone, he says. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
What the president is most focused on is ensuring we are continuing to take steps to deliver punishing economic consequences on Putin, while taking all action necessary to limit the impact to prices at the gas pump.
I'm Matt Piper.
We checked back in with Santa Barbara-based Direct Relief, their efforts to get the medical supplies to Ukraine, refugee centers as well, Poland, other spots. Spokesman Dan Hobie tells KNX they've been working with Ukraine's Ministry of Health to get supplies not only into Kyiv, but eastern and southern Ukraine.
They can manage it better than anyone else to distribute to the public hospitals throughout the country, but we are hearing some issues getting it into the front lines of the conflict, and they are targets that we are hearing of targets on health authorities, targets on public transport vehicles,
definitely dangerous, and we're just trying to help them in any way that we can.
Obi says there is an urgent need for insulin and for chemo drugs.
New York City has gone on ultra-high alert against possible cyber attacks from Russia. Bill Hannon is the managing director at NetSpy. He tells KNX it's a good time for all companies to monitor their network security and alert their employees to be on the lookout for phishing scams.
It's not about, finding a target and specifically and then going after it, but often attackers go after the weakest point that they can find first. So any organizations that are not proactively monitoring their attack surface and are not proactively making sure that they don't have a lot of exposure should all be concerned.
Cannon says there's only so much companies can do from the technology side, and cyber attackers will look to exploit the human factor, targeting the companies with misinformation. An indoor swap meet shut down in North Hollywood, now a protest. We have a live report coming up after traffic. It's 4:35.
Traffic and weather together every
カスタムビルダー1、
あ
久しぶりにシャウトを聞かせてください。やっと笑う。おはようございます。
あ Good morning, Mr. Custom Builder! あ、しまった。こういうのあったんさ。Good morning, Mr. Custom Builder! お元気ですか？開店休業中。偉いな、これ。どうすか？忙しいですか？
カスタムビルダー1、ババコミの大阪市内です。嬉し泣き忙しい。
おー、はいはいはいはい。あ、走ってんすね。お疲れさんです。
カスタムビルダー1、明日から YouTube の走行動画復活させますにやっと笑う。
あ、そうっすか。走行動画、J ボードで走行するとか言ったんじゃないじゃん。走行動画。冗談ですよ、冗談。 エブリちゃんと喋りながら、ウィウィウィウィ。冗談っすよ、冗談っすよ。
カスタムビルダー1、J ボードで通勤してみたサムズアップ、これで決まりです。
あ、そうなんですか。でも時間かかるでしょ、結構やっぱ。車で行くよりは。大丈夫ですか？あ、でも、ダイエットにはいいかもしれないですね。ダイエットしてんすか、それで。
カスタムビルダーはアメリカンジョークですよ、アスヤス。
なるほど。いやー、俺もたまにスケボー乗りたいなと思う時あるんですよね。なんかこんな暇してると。なんかしないとな、ちょっと、ずっと車の中に座りっぱなしだから。ね、なんかして大汗かいてる場合でもないし、困ったもんなんですよね。ちょっと運動もしたいんですけど。
カスタムビルダー1、思ったより再生されててびっくりしました、アスヤス。
ね、みんなビルさんのビデオ待ってるんですよ。どんどんやりましょう。ね。安全運転で。
カスタムビルダー1、J ボード楽しいですね、サムズアップ。
あ、そうっすか。この辺でも買えるかな。アマゾンで買えるんですよね、きっとね。買おうかな。もらったんすかあれ。案件っすか？あ、55ドルで買えるんだ。
カスタムビルダー1、ハードオフで2000円で買いました。
あ、そうなんですか。2000円っすか。スケボーとどっちが難しいんですかね。こっちの方がやっぱ難しいんですかね。どういうあれなんだろう。乗ってみないと。ああ、そっか。あそこがねじれるのか。それで進めるね。おーい。おーい。蹴らないでも進むんですね、これね。そういうことなんですね。2000円。あ、ハードオフ。あ、うん。あ、そうっすか。あ、まあそうっすよね。ローラー好きで、スケボーは蹴って進むわけだし、タイヤ4つあるし、ハードオフ、ユーズドっすね。なるほど。そういうことか。 なんかメルカリとか行ったら売ってるのあるかもしれない。おい。おい。デビさんいらっしゃい。
コンティニューコインプラス団子10カスタムビルダー1、どこかに捕まってないと出だしが無理ですあせあせ。ネイビーやっとネイビー1126コンティニューコインプラス団子5。
そういうことか。バランスね、最初の。あとは、ちょっと傾斜とかね、タイヤが進み始める、そのきっかけっていうか、そこですかね。
カスタムビルダー1、ターンの時はサーフィンとよく似てます。
ああ、はいはいはいはい。ちょっとやってみたいな。なんか、こう、振るみたいなイメージが。どこで安いの見つけよう。
カスタムビルダー1、軸足残して漕ぐ感じはスケボーと同じです。
なるほど。eBay でも安くないかな。eBay だったら安いの売ってるかもしれないです。あ、あった。19ドル99。ユーズド。普通に買ったら50ドルですよね。
カスタムビルダー1、ボビちゃんもぜひサムズアップ。
うん。ちょっとやってみましょう。あるある。電池。ウクライナ機のリビングロングビー。だってね。ウクライナアーミーキャプテン、リビングロングビーチ。アナライズ。He wish he could join. おっしゃ、おいったー、久しぶりに仕事。久しぶりに仕事とか言ってる。よいしょ。いやいや。戦闘モード。やっとこさ、やっとこさ。
Got a busy drive on that 10 eastbound the Santa Monica Freeway this afternoon. I know you're used to that. You've got a crash on the 10 eastbound at Hoover, and I believe they were able to get onto the Hoover off-ramp. Two-car crash here. So just want you to know if you're exiting the roadway.
5時になると動きがあるんですよね、やっぱり。オフィスビルがいっぱいあるところなんですよ。
This is in Arcadia, and Scott Burt is there at the Southern California Toyota dealer. Sky One.
First backup, it's going to catch you off guard. 210 westbound, Rosemead, Mitchell-Linda. That's where the right lane is taken out with that crane.
いやいやいやいや。
Now it's just pop upward, and you do have a
ちょっと動きがね、なさすぎ。もうちょっと活発にこうね、1時間に1回ぐらいは、動いてほしいですよね。
Watch out for this crash, northbound side, right where you get to Catella. It happened in the carpool lane. You're going to crawl out of the crush because of that. More slowing up ahead towards the 91. Things really load up for you from Tonner Canyon up to the 60. Denise.
On the 91 westbound just before Atlantic.